Good morning and welcome to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee for Thursday, October 10th. And we'll start, if we can, with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Crowson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick.
Here.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Acting Mayor Carlson.
Good morning.
Deputy Mayor Palladino.
Present.
Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel. Here. And Mayor Hagan.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and make Lethbridge their home. Let's start off with the adoption of the agenda from Deputy Mayor Palladino. Be resolved that the October 10th agenda of the Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee be adopted as presented. Deputy Mayor.
Clerk, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We do have one addition to the agenda for Council's consideration. It's a late submission with regards to item 6.8. It's a tax cancellation request. So again, that's a written submission late. If Council wants to consider it, it'll be passed around. Thank you.
All good. I will call the question.
So a vote on that, or is there just any, is there any?
How long is it? Like, if it's.
Which one was 6.8?
It's 2 pages.
Okay, 2 pages, fine with that. Any concern to not have that on the agenda? All right, we'll adopt that as being part of the agenda.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is, the adoption. That passes. Thank you. And for consent agenda from Acting Mayor Carlson, be it resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting held on July the 7th. Yes, July the 7th, 2024, and authorize that the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same and receive for information status of initiatives from October 10th, 2024. Acting Mayor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I trust my colleagues had a chance to review the consent agenda. Is there any questions? Seeing none, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Presentation.
All right, we'll move on to presentations, and I do have a presentation by the Chinook Arch Library System, and it's the resolution I'll read first and then ask for to come forward to, or actually, please come forward and the presentation. I can read the resolution after. Just come forward to the mic and just state your name, and you can start with the presentation. Thank you.
Well, okay, my name is Robin Heffer. I'm the CEO of Chinook Arch Regional Library System, and I'm joined by Marie Logan, who is our vice chair. Vic Bench was going to be co-presenting with me this morning, but unfortunately he is ill, and so feel free to have a seat if you like, Marie. Thank you. I understand I have 5 minutes to just do a quick overview of Chinook Arch Regional Library System. The purpose of my presentation is just really to provide sort of a background on the why, the how of Chinook Arch, our structure, our governance, and funding model. So obviously we'll be happy to answer questions at the end. That's what I intend to cover this morning. So I'll just launch right in. So Chinook Arch Regional Library System is a library service organization on the surface. What we are fundamentally, however, is a partnership between municipalities. So Chinook Arch provides a structure for the City of Lethbridge as a municipality to collaborate in the delivery of library services with 39 other municipalities in the Southern Alberta area. And you can see our catchment area there on the little map, basically US border to BC border, and then northern border of Vulcan County, and as far east as Warner County and MD of Tabor. The Shinnecourts Library System is a grassroots partnership, meaning that there's no authority, no other level of government mandating that there be regional library service. It's completely decided by local authorities, and so and that's designed to allow the system to be developed in response to local need. Shinnecourts has been around since 1992, so in the early 90s. There was no regional library service in this area, and the City of Lethbridge and with some other partners decided to explore the development of a regional library system. A lot of legwork was done, and in the end, an agreement was drafted that was signed on by 22 municipalities. Since then, we've grown to 30 or 40 municipalities, so every municipality that is eligible to join Shinnecourts is now a member. And yeah, so the agreement, which there is a copy in the meeting package that was provided, basically lays out the roles and responsibilities of the local library board and the Shinnecourts Library Board in terms of who delivers which aspect of library service. Our governance model is a one-member, one-vote model, fundamentally. So each municipality appoints a trustee to the Shinnecourts Library Board. Makes for a large board, but it manages to work quite well over the past 32 years or so. Lethbridge Public Library does have an additional trustee that is appointed, and that is as a result of the resource sharing agreement between Lethbridge Public Library and the Shinnecourts Library Board. And that agreement is enabled by the legislation, the library legislation that allows there to be a resource library within a library system that kind of fulfills a special role on behalf of the system. So most of our appointees to our board are municipal councillors, reeves, or mayors. I'll just talk about funding very briefly. So Shinnecourts is funded by a per capita levy, meaning that there is I guess, an amount that is multiplied by population, and that is how we arrive at our fees. So it's a two-component fee. There's a municipal fee that all municipalities pay, and then there is also a library board fee, or in some cases a rural library services fee. It gets a little bit complicated, but there's a two-component fee. The current levy for the municipalities is $7.76 per capita. And I do want to point out that Shinnecourts unilaterally dropped that fee during the pandemic. It remains there through 2026, flat at $7.76 per capita. The library board fee is $3.57 per capita. That number hasn't changed since I've been at Shinnecourts, which is since 2007, and certainly before that. I think it's been over 20 years since that fee has changed. So the reason for the differential fee is essentially that when Shinnecourts was created, there was services that the local municipalities were providing that were taken on by Shinnecourts, and there was some acknowledgement of that in terms of the library board providing funding to Shinnecourts, since they no longer had to fund those services themselves. Essentially, Shinnecourts provides services that every library needs, and we do it in a collaborative way. So there are all kinds of background services, IT support, network management, the software that runs all the check-ins and check-outs for all of the libraries across the system that is managed by Shinnecourts. When you go to the library website, that is provided by Shinnecourts. Marketing support, one of the big ones, of course, is the delivery. So if you live in Lethbridge, you place a hold on an item, it may come from Pincher Creek or it may come from Carmangay. And that is what Shinnecourts does, is move those books around. And believe it or not, people are still reading, and I think last year there were over 750,000 items moving from library to library to satisfy patron demand. A big one is purchasing. So when Lethbridge Public Library and all the libraries, in fact, purchase materials for their collections, Shinnecourts handles that for them. We handle the collection budgets. We do the acquisitions. We shop around for the best deals on materials. They come to Shinnecourts, we catalog them, make them shelf ready, and then send them out to the libraries. And it just essentially saves the local library from having to do that work themselves. So instead of having 30 people, one in each library ordering one book, we have one person ordering 30 books for 30 libraries. So it's just economies of scale, and areas where we can realize efficiencies by working, by doing all of these jobs on behalf of 30 libraries. So I'm guessing I'm quite close to my 5 minutes. I'm guessing there may be some questions about Shinnecourt, and I'm happy to endeavor to answer. And I would like to say that if any member of council is ever interested in coming out to visit our facility, we have an office in North Lethbridge. We'd be happy to walk you through our building and show you everything that we do, all of the great work that happens in our building and for our member libraries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hefner. Appreciate that presentation. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to make a presentation or to speak to this particular presentation? And for a second time, anybody else? All right, and we'll turn it over to questions from my colleagues. So we'll start off with Councillor Carlson. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you, Mr. Heffer, for the presentation. What is exactly in front of Economic today? There isn't an ask in the presentation. We've got a couple proposed initiatives in the package. I couldn't quite see them adding up to what was in the presentation. So what's in front of Economic and Finance today?
From my perspective, I understand that there has been some confusion around the budget request that originally came to council back in 2022. So as you may recall, we did bring a proposed levy to this council. The motion at the time was for a 0% increase, which according to the agreement that is in place, we took to mean a 0% increase to the levy. However, as I mentioned, the fee, Shinnecourt fee, is the levy times population. So there's no real mechanism, according to the agreement, for a zero real dollar increase over a 4-year budget cycle, because population does increase, and the City of Lethbridge population has been increasing by about 2% per year over the last few years. And so I think what has happened, it is a very kind of complex and interwoven sort of thing, and I've been working with Mr. Matthews and Mr. Woods over the last year to kind of tease some of these things out, and also with Tara Plato, the CEO of LPL. So I think what has happened is that essentially there were insufficient funds allocated to cover the increase in the fee due to population in the 4-year budget. And as a result, I think that there has been, funds have been drawn from Lethbridge Public Library's budget to cover the Shinnecourt membership levy.
Thank you. So then what I'm taking away from this, and City Manager Mr. Matthews can correct me if I'm wrong, is what is proposed here in 2025 and 2026 is to catch up to the population increase. Is that?
I'm not sure if catch up is the correct term. It is to fund the population increase.
So to members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, to Councillor Carlson, so as Mr. Hefner has mentioned, so one of the things back in, just taking a bit of journey back into 2022. So at the time back in 2022 when this initiative was brought forward to fund the amount of increase inside of there, council at the time had changed it to be 0%. So there was a 0% component inside of there. And on top of it, though, as Mr. Hefner has mentioned, there is a population requirement inside of the agreement that is with council and through the Carl's agreement that actually increases each period. So what's being brought before you is in 25 and 26, that population increase. It's not a levy increase, it's actually the population change and the current levy that's coming forward. So there's nothing today in today's presentation on it. We're bringing it forward here for information for council so they're aware. We're economic so they're aware. So when it comes in November as part of the Carl's review and part of the budgetary pieces, that information is there for council. So it is a requirement in the side of the agreement that we have that as actuals true up, or the measures inside of there for population, that based on the levy that's approved by Carl's, that each member group actually pays for that. And that's what this is. And so it's just a catch-up piece to get us through to 25 and 26. And you'll see two amounts. One is that municipal portion, and one is the member portion of it. In all intents and purposes, they're together from that point of view as part of the agreement. But they do send out that information separately, and you might have seen some information recently from Carl's that actually talked about that coming out to members of council.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. My final question, Mr. Mayor, is some of the information that we've collected, and this is probably to Mr. Matthews again, or city manager or his designate, is that there is a net benefit to the city and the library of being part of Chinook Arch. With this increase, should I take it that that net benefit is decreasing? The net benefit I saw was about $124,000 a year. And if I add these two together, that nearly wipes out the net benefit.
So, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, to Councillor Carlson. So, although yes, the dollar values, and so keep in mind that when we did, and I'll, if I'm saying something wrong, I think either Mr. Hefner or Mr. Woods, if he's in the audience here, can correct me. But when it was done at a static period of time. So it wouldn't include the inflationary components that you'd also have to take into account for getting those services through municipal components or through the library components as well. So I think you'd have to take both pieces inside of it. I think to your point, when we looked at the Carl's agreement and on it, and that you'll see again in November on it, that there is a benefit. Yes, it's about $100-some thousand, but there is a benefit to maintaining that inside of there.
Okay, so as the levy increases, as does the cost, and so the benefit also increases. And I'm seeing Mr. Woods give me a thumbs up, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you, Mrs. Logan, for coming in. I know you had about an hour drive this morning, so while we were complaining of an early start, you certainly had a much earlier one than we did, so it's nice to see you here. And I do bring that up because this is a regional library, and I have to start with a comment, and then I'll ask my question. When I was at Alberta Municipalities, I was stopped by several rural municipalities or councillors who were there, and the only thing they really wanted to talk to me about was please continue supporting Chinook Arch. What is wrong with Lethbridge? So just be aware that you have support in the region. And I heard that loud and clear from a few of my regional counterparts. But just to clarify, the role of Chinook Arch is to limit duplication, ensure efficiency of service, and ensure all the libraries, not only in Lethbridge, but across the area, have the services and support, particularly with IT, et cetera, that they require.
Yes, I mean, with every sort of aspect of library service, especially focusing on kind of the behind the scenes, sort of less glamorous stuff. So yes, that's essentially the idea, so that it just enriches everyone's library service, whether large urban municipality or larger, like Lethbridge, or a small community like Carmangay. And if you look at if you want, I mean, there's a number of stats you could look at, but if you want to sort of use the net borrowing versus lending, Lethbridge versus the region. Lethbridge is a net borrower of library materials from the region. So this idea, and I think there's an unfortunate thing that came out of the KPMG report from 2021, is that there was a perception that somehow the city of Lethbridge, through the region, is subsidizing the rural libraries, which is patently not true. Every municipality contributes in proportion to its population. Every municipality every local library makes its collections available to all the other libraries in the region, all library users. And so, yeah, I mean, the benefit is reciprocal. It's not a one-way thing. And yes, there may be instances perhaps where some service that we offer is used more by a rural library, but there are also services that we offer that are used much, much more by Lethbridge Public Library, simply by the fact that, for example, with the collections or the acquisitions aspect, Lethbridge Public Library spends much more than the other libraries, and as a result, based on the benefit cost analysis that we've done, about our acquisitions people spend about 3/4 of their time servicing just Lethbridge. So that would be disproportionate to the population, breakdown. So.
And again, I know you've said this, but just to remind us all, that this is basically how it's done across the province, because it's been found to be the best system right across the area and to serve the communities the best.
Yes, yes, and almost every municipality in Alberta belongs to a library system. There are a few that are not. The province does not mandate the creation of library systems, but it certainly incentivizes it through it essentially provides an extra layer of granting. So for every person that person that belongs to a member library system through their municipality, there's a $4.75 operating grant for that person. So the fact that we have our service population is about 210,000 people for 2024. So that's an extra $1 million basically that comes into this area through Shinnecourage that is used to kind of bolster library services. So yeah, so it's a significant incentive. That is essentially about a quarter of our revenue comes from the provincial operating grant.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. My first question is through the city manager. Mr. City Manager, how much money do taxpayers, or how much tax dollars goes to just the library in Lethbridge at this time on an annual basis?
Thank you, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, to Councillor Parker. In regards to that, I'm going to give it in 2025 terms, because then it makes sense with the initiatives. So in the published operating budget book, the net amount of that would be $6.7 million, approximately.
So $6.7 million goes to Lethbridge Public Library.
Of tax support.
And how much money do we spend in Carl's, including membership and our fees? A complete number.
Yeah, so the number that I believe I have here is that the budget of mine for Carl's, on the levy side anyways, is in 2025 would be about $786,000.
And that's how much we spend on an annual basis? Any other money beyond that?
I'm just looking to see if I've got, Tara, if there's anything above that. I can't remember if that amount includes both the membership fee, or I believe that's just the levy, the municipal.
Include just the municipal levy, not the library board levy.
Yeah.
Okay.
With both of those fees, it's roughly 1.2 million.
Thank you.
So $1.2 million. So municipal. Okay, so the $786,000. So we're close to 50% of the municipal levies within this operating budget. Am I correct on that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it roughly represents about half the population served.
So obviously all the small communities, all like us, just like any other organization that seems to be around here, they all like the big brother in there because we're the major funder and all that. Now, in regards to the benefit costs, like the net benefit, how is that number, who makes that number? Who is that a subjective number? What is it? Objective? What is it? Mr. City Manager or?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Parker. So, Mr. Woods is here, can speak to a little bit more of the process we go through, but the reality is on it, when we meet with both the library and Shinnecourage, our team here at the city goes through and takes a look at the services that are provided. There's an allocation of cost to those services that the Shinnecourage Library Board provides to those. And then, of course, we work with the library to determine what would be the similar cost or cost that they would have to do to actually get those values. So it's not an audit and so forth from that point of view, but it is a work that we do and we build towards that. I'm not sure if Mr. Graham would like to add anything further to that or not. Nope. Mr. Woods, I should say, not Mr. Graham. Yes.
Please do.
A quick comment. So yeah, there was a months-long process involving City of Lethbridge accounting staff and also Mr. Woods, myself, and Tara Plato from LPL, and I think it was a pretty rigorous analysis. I've got a copy here. I'm sure this was provided to council likely at some point, maybe in an executive summary form, but yeah, it was. We did spend several months, going through each aspect of the service, trying to determine sort of which share of the service may be attributed to LPL. Also, taking a look at what the cost for what the alternative cost might be for Lethbridge to provide the service without Shinnecourage Regional Library System.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. And so obviously this started, thank you for the history lesson here. So it started in 1992 and it had a model and all that. Is it still relevant today? Is it still relevant today with, people come and go, they travel all over the place, they get books. Someone who's in Grantham, someone who's in Milk River, they can come use our library, right? They could get a membership and all that. Am I correct on that?
If you live in Milk River, you have to get your membership at Milk River. But yes, you could bring your Milk River library card and use the Lethbridge Public Library. And I'm sure many people do. People from the county, people from Coaldale, people that commute to Lethbridge or what have you. Likewise, a person from Lethbridge could use the Coaldale Library. So it's designed around, even though each of our members is a politically distinct unit, every library board is an independent corporate body. We essentially, from a service standpoint, behave like a multi-branch library system. So just as Calgary Public Library, if your Calgary Public Library card, you can go to whichever branch you choose. That's kind of how we do our business. And so from the end user standpoint, they just know that they have a great selection of services, and they don't need to kind of think about, I'm not allowed to go to this library or that library. So I think it's, in terms of your question about the relevance, this day and age, there is no such thing as a standalone independent library. There's collaboration at every level, provincial, federal, and certainly municipal through the regional library systems. And that's just the way you have to do things nowadays. It's an interconnected world. So much is based, web-based services, things like that. We do, by working together as a group of library boards and municipalities, we can offer really excellent online services. So as people move their reading to online, and with people who read ebooks and things like that are still a relatively small portion of the overall service population, but 2024 to 2025, we saw our users of the digital resources grow by 10%. So yes, I think libraries are still very relevant. Certainly, when economic times get tough, people return to the library, use the services because it's more affordable. And there are a lot of things that libraries do that don't get a lot of credit necessarily because they're kind of hidden. So there was a study that was released in 2023 by the Canadian Urban Institute. It's called Overdue, and which is a nice little library pun. But what it was a pretty in-depth analysis of the services that libraries provide across all aspects of the sector, and essentially relieve local, provincial, and federal governments of the obligation to fund those services. So that study showed for every dollar invested, like I said, in aggregate terms, roughly $10 billion invested in public libraries across Canada in 2023. They were able to demonstrate a $66 billion return. So more than $6 worth of economic and social benefit for every tax dollar spent on public library service. So, I think those are pretty compelling numbers.
Okay, and thank you very much for the answer. And I want this to be clear, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way or any of the presenters who will be presenting today. And I'm not debating or discussing, but I also understand each and every one of you come here with a vested interest, and you have an angle, and it's our job, my job as a politician, to ask questions which Joe citizen may not have a vested interest and who want to know how their tax dollars are spent. So it's not a matter of, I don't think you're valuable, I don't think like that. I just, when you folks present, it doesn't matter what organization is it, tourism, economic Lethbridge, or any of these fee-for-see, they have a vested interest because they want to protect their funds, and that's understandable. But when we have a budget items and we have all these things that have been in the budget for so long, it's important and it's incumbent upon us to ask these questions. So I don't want you to be offended, and I don't want you to take it the wrong way, or any of the organizations. So that's where I come from, that angle and that perspective. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Schmidt-Ripple? Sorry, I didn't hear you there.
Oh, sorry, I had asked if I could just respond to that comment just very quickly. And I think that because of the grassroots nature of Shinnecourt, we recognize that we have to continue to provide value to our members. And so I don't believe we have been resting on our laurels. And I think there's maybe some work to do in terms of communicating the value to the city in a more regular fashion, but we realize that membership is voluntary, and municipalities certainly can, with 12 months notice, according to the legislation, withdraw from a library system. And yeah, that's the outcome we prefer to avoid, just because, you know, the power is working together. So
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Heffer, for coming forward and presenting to us today. My question is to the city manager or designate. Who is our trustee on Chinook Arch at this time?
There we go. Thank you, members of Economic, and to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So currently that's Mr. Harper in Rec and Culture that looks after that.
How was that appointment made?
Mr. Harper can answer that one.
Excellent.
Saved by the bell.
Thank you for the question. Several years ago, the individual who was the representative on the board stepped down, and they required an interim person to fill that role. And the director of community services approached me if I would be willing to step in as the interim individual, and I agreed at that time.
So right now you've stepped in as an interim?
That was the intent at the time.
Okay, at the time. All right. So how will that position be appointed moving forward?
I'm not sure if I can answer that question. It's probably better for Mr. Matthews, or I would assume it would be up to City Council as to who they would want as the representative, as the trustee, but I would defer to Mr. Matthews.
There we go. To Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So in this regard, it's one of the things that, although it wasn't part of the Carl's review, we came out in discussions with it, is kind of the governance aspect. And by that, what I'm referring to in this regard is, you know, if council would make that decision to either be a member of administration, as it is now, or a member of council. However, the one thing on that is, in that governance piece, is also defining a bit more about the mechanisms, if it is administration, of how council's mandate gets set for when the levy occurs. So that is something that I think is one of the things that was an outcome of, it wasn't deliberately looked at, you know, as a cost benefit, but one of the things that came evident during that period of time on it is that if there was a mandate should become before council prior to them setting the levies of whether or not that occurs. And because of that relationship, then administration could report back and close beforehand, get the mandate, and be a little bit more effective in regards to how they are working with Carl's in that aspect. So really, to answer, that's a long way of saying that it's really council's decision who's on it. There is a valued piece of having administration piece there, but there has to be mechanisms if it's administration, so the reporting back and the mandate gets set by council prior to the levy being set.
Go. And that was actually going to be my next question, is what the reporting process back to council as well as LPL was, so that we could ensure that we are getting this information back to us on a more regular basis. And that speaks, Mr. Heffer, to your commentary about making sure communication comes back to us. And then, is there going to be an opportunity to build this into the agreement going forward then, to ensure that we are getting that information and making sure that council's mandate is being met?
So, and here I may have this where I'd have to have either Mr. Hefner or Mr. Harper or even our city solicitor's piece of that. I believe the agreement in itself, in my layman's terms, actually has the structure, i.e. that you have representation rights on side of that, and how council chooses to do that in this regard is your choice. And it's I believe it's a mixed bag across municipalities, whether they have administrators or they have members of council on that. However, although the Carl's fee-for-service piece didn't have that in it, there is a piece we could bring back if Economic Standing Policy Committee would like, to actually give a little bit of a recommendation of how we would see that mechanism work and how it would tie to the budget process. So we could do that as well to bring it forward, and I think that would be more, I think, what you're looking for, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, in regards to how do we proceed from here.
Yeah, and I think that given that we're looking at this now and what we might be looking at as a recommendation coming out of this, if we can add that piece into it to make sure that we're covering that.
I'd just say that it would be good to have that in the resolution. It's always
Okay.
good to, so it's clear for us.
Okay.
If I may. Yes, just to add on to what Mr. Matthews has said, the appointment of trustees is actually laid out in the legislation. Very broadly, all it says is that councils appoint a trustee to the Regional Library Board. And it doesn't say what sort of role that person might play in the community. It can be councillor, it can be sometimes someone involved on the local library board. The KPMG report that came out in 2021 actually recommended that the CEO of Lethbridge Public Library be appointed, perhaps. So I'm not sure if that would be unorthodox, but it's certainly at each council's discretion about who they appoint to the regional and to the municipal library board.
Right, and I think too what I'm trying to get at is we need them reporting back to council to make sure that we're getting the information from Carl's to here. So I will chat with the city clerk about updating this.
And I think that is why many municipalities do appoint a municipal councillor, because it is a direct line of communication back to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hirgan. As I see Ms. Plato is in the audience, may I have permission to ask her a question? Just say yes.
Because you said that? No. Yes, of course you can.
Thank you. Ms. Plato, if you wouldn't mind coming up. Thank you, Ms. Plato. So just to hear it from the Lethbridge Public Library's perspective, if you had to do the same services that Chinook Arch is doing, could you do it at the same rate, or would it cost more money?
Our belief is that it would cost more money. So when we went through this process, and we went through a couple processes, one that Mr. Heffer pointed out, but we had actually done an independent process prior to that. There are, of course, city procurement processes that we would have to go through. There's some different contractual agreements with the province that would have to be figured out. So there are some unknowns, but based on what we know, we believe it would cost us more money to actually provide less service. Because of course, if we weren't a member of Chinook Arch, then we wouldn't have that reciprocal borrowing agreement with the other libraries. So the 60,000 items that are borrowed from other libraries wouldn't be available to us in the same way. But just to do all the back end stuff that Mr. Heffer talked about, we believe would cost us more money than what it costs us now to be a member of the system.
So your contention is it costs more money with worse service for our residents?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Actually, if I could ask you, Ms. Plato, great to follow up on that. You said there's 60,000 items that are borrowed from our library, from other external libraries. So is it fair then that the 60,000 items cost us 1.2 million? Is that fair to say, if we put it to what the cost is to have?
No, because that's just one of the services that's provided. So it would be all the other services that Mr. Heffer talked about. So running the integrated library system, doing delivery between branches, cataloging, acquiring all of our materials, processing them. So there's all the work that goes into making those 60,000 items available to, that would need to be included in that cost.
But the advantage without the background is the 60,000 items cost 1.2. If those individuals out there in the community, they know, I mean, there's a staffing requirement, which would be my next question I'll ask after, as far as what administrative costs to hard costs are involved. And I don't know if you have that or if Mr. Hefner has that, as far as what that.
So I would say those costs were laid out within the value for service study that was done by Mr. Woods. So I would refer to that, just because I don't want to be throwing out numbers without having going into in depth. But again, those 60,000 items, that's the most obvious benefit that the end user, the citizen of Lethbridge, gets from being part of the system. And so that's why I mention it. Again, there's lots of different services that are provided, but that's the one that people would feel most, is that the number of items to borrow, the availability of items would decrease if we weren't a member of the system. So that's why I say, given what we pay now, we get a higher level of service. We wouldn't be able to provide that level of service without Chinook Arch.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Matthews, in speaking with the clerk's office, I understand that we have the report that is going to come forward on November 13th. So the work is already done. So he had talked about bringing forward a recommendation on the relationships between the city and Carl's and including that. Is that already part of that report?
Currently, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, no, that's not. So that would be something additional that we'd have to put to it. Currently, what we have in there is the report in regards to the cost-benefit analysis, not the governance relationship.
Okay. And would you have time to report back on the governance relationship between now and that date on November 13th when we're looking at this?
We could give high-level options to get direction from council of how they want to proceed.
Okay, perfect. And then a question to Mr. Harper, if you don't mind. Would you also be able to give a report on how things have currently been going as the representative? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm just going to take this back to the city clerk to update the motion.
All right. Just take a moment here. No, we can just take a moment. All right, I have a resolution from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer this request to the November 13th, 2024 annual budget review meeting of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee to be dealt with in conjunction with the Chinook Arch Library System cost benefit and value for service report from administration. And number 2, direct administration to provide a report back on the high-level governance relationships between the City of Lethbridge and the Chinook Arch Library System, CARLS. And number 3, request that the City of Lethbridge designate Mr. Robin Harper provide a summary report as the City of Lethbridge designate.
At the November 13th event, is that when he's going to do his report?
Yes.
And that time referred this request, so, okay. So November 13th is fine, Mr. Harper is, and that's for all 3 of them?
Yep.
All right. So questions on that? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel to open.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, Mr. Heffer, for coming forward and giving us this presentation. Certainly, we've heard that Chinook Arch Library System supports our local LPL, and it eliminates duplication of library services and enhances those services. Lethbridge is a net borrower in the region, and every municipality within the region contributes as per its size. What we're hearing, though, is that there may be some communication gaps that we need to fill. Certainly with Mr. Harper as our designate, we have not yet had a report back from our designate on his work with Chinook Arch. And we also need to look at reworking our governance relationships a little bit so that we make sure that council is getting their reports back. With that, I will open it to any questions that other members of council might have.
Had a little sidebar here that Mr. Harper may be able to provide a verbal report, but with time by November. I'm saying in a couple months, this could not happen, or in a month's time as a one-page written, Mr. Harper? Yeah, this is just
It's not,
a
yeah,
high
it's not
level.
a huge, high-level summary. Yep, yep.
All right, so we can stay with provide a summary report. And it's a summary. It's not an in-depth summary. Being a one-pager should be fine.
Yep.
All right. With that, any further debate? Seeing none. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
With that, I will call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. Next, we'll turn the time over to Ms. Amies, Vice Chair of Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force and Executive Director of Lethbridge BRZ, regarding the graffiti abatement proposal. And Ms. Amies, when you are ready, you can come up and start your presentation.
Shall I start? Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here today to talk with you about some ideas and solutions potentially we, from the BRZ, specifically the Clean Sweep program, may have with respect to graffiti abatement within the city. This presentation that I'm providing you with today has been seen by the task force back in April, March or April anyway, and so we just thought that we would reintroduce the proposal, or rather the presentation, to give you all some context. And it works. Awesome. So we remove graffiti from private buildings and properties within the downtown. And our borders are heading east from the River Valley to the west side of Stafford Drive South, and heading north from the north side of 6th Ave to Crow's Nest Trail, and includes them all. And here's a better visual for you. These are our 27 blocks. A few statistics with respect to graffiti tag removal over the last few years, as we just manage graffiti tag removal sort of on the sides of our desks, because we are so incredibly busy on a daily basis for doing clean sweep leaves, needle debris, hot spots, et cetera, et cetera. So back in 2022, we removed 88 graffiti tags. In 2023, there were 405. And in 2024, and I do apologize, I've got a typo. Actually, there were 413 graffiti tags removed to date in 2024. And these graffiti tags range in size from small scribbles to mural size. So a couple of methods of removal. I'll go through this quickly. It's a little bit boring. What we do basically is a paint over, a power wash, a chemical application, or a combination of all of those things. Some photographs. This graffiti tag was removed. It was on glass. It required acetone and glass cleaner. Manufactured steel surfaces require acetone or methyl hydrate and painting. Painted doors requiring acetone or repainting. And then we get into some brick, which we power wash in order to get rid of the offending graffiti. Okay, apologies for the name of this product. It was not made up by the BRZ. This is how it sells, elephant snot. I have no idea what the context is, but anyway, this stuff is super good at getting rid of really, really hard to remove graffiti. Some of the stuff just, especially into walls and brick, sinks in, leaves a stain. So the elephant snot is brilliant. Then we've got painted surfaces requiring paint. What we are doing and will endeavor to do moving forward is match paint colors. In the past, we've noticed a real patchworky effort, which looks almost sometimes as bad as the actual graffiti itself. So we have purchased a paint matcher machine. It's a tiny thing. And we're able to get much closer to the color of the original surface and not have to, have a look at patchwork. So here's some photographs of some graffiti that was drawn over a beautiful mural at the Gate Church parking lot. Someone had decided to add the skeletal parts to these amazing buffalo. Here's the bigger picture. You'll all recognize this one. And we did manage to remove that graffiti off the mural really actually quite easily. But what we did notice, and this is going on with a lot of our artwork in town, is they're starting to get a little bit weathered. And so removing graffiti from this particular piece of artwork is going to be more and more and more difficult, because as it gets more and more worn, we might need to talk to the artist for a varnish cover on it of some kind, just to protect it more from the elements than anything else. Okay, these are a little old because this presentation was provided in the spring. But you'll recognize this as a parkade on 7th Street. And actually, the artist in question here managed to apply his signature across the city. This is above the Lighthouse restaurant on 3rd Ave. We've also removed all of that. The man responsible for this has actually been charged, and I believe he's under house arrest or something. He's got some punishment anyway, which is a good thing. Here's another one. This was on the McFarland building. And this is a gang tag, and that's another reason that graffiti mitigation should happen faster if possible, because the more quickly we're able to remove those tags, the less likely a gang is going to consider that its area to set up shop and do whatever they do. Some factors to consider in graffiti removal. We need permission. We do have an online reporting tool, or a phone call, or an email. We also need favorable weather with the equipment that we have currently. Equipment failure, employee safety, product quality. Cold days require insulated water sources and equipment on site. And if the temperatures overnight go below 5 degrees Celsius, we're unable to paint because of the adhering situation. So access is also an issue, and we need to ensure that we have a safe area to work. Oh, that's why I have a blank. Okay, so here is the website. I'm not sure how to turn it on. Here we go. So there you go under community, graffiti reporting, online reporting tool. That goes straight to our CSP folks, and they spring into action. Okay? Other factors to consider: proper equipment, particularly if we do go ahead and do graffiti abatement year-round. We will certainly need some additional and more expensive equipment to keep water warm and to allow us to remove stuff year-round. Product and product costs, they're all going up. Today and in the past, we have scheduled the graffiti abatement around foremen's and other regular duties. We also need access to water because our pressure washer is quite small. We have to make sure that the area is clear of cars. We need safe access to rooftops. And we're very, very keen on no more patchwork and really improving the quality of that. So to okay, no worries. There were two recent graffiti abatement proposals submitted to the task force back in late March, early April. So I had developed a proposal for 6 months along the same lines as we are doing now, except extra resources, no more, no necessity for expensive equipment. During the summer, we're able to do the cold water pressure washing with the various other ingredients that we have to help us along. There was also a proposal for a year-round graffiti abatement and back alley fire mitigation. And given the number of fires we're seeing set in our back alleys right now, we thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to take it upon ourselves to remove cardboard, remove pallets, remove all the inflammatory stuff, just to make it more difficult for folks to set fires in our downtown. We're going to have another big building fire if we really don't work at mitigating people lighting fires. With the one-year proposal, there would also potentially be the possibility for fee-for-service, because if we did it year-round, we would likely be able to go beyond the downtown confines and then enter into some kind of an agreement with a private property owner who is keen on getting graffiti removed. That way we could sort of subsidize and continue the program a little bit on the side with some fee-for-service. Because remember, the graffiti abatement is at the moment, that which is managed by the BRZ is for the private businesses and property owners within that 27-block radius. To address the graffiti on a year-round basis, sorry about that. We would need another foreman or woman, a vehicle. We'd need an insulated heated trailer, hot water pressure washer, more product, and PPE. Thank you. So that's it for the presentation. And yeah, that's it for everything.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Amies. Appreciate your presentation. I do have questions, starting with Councillor Middleton Hope.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Amies, for the presentation. Just a couple of points of clarification and a couple of questions. The cost recovery outside of the downtown, that would be under a fee-for-service agreement, and we would engage private businesses, not public space, in graffiti abatement. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. Currently, we're utilizing our services that are paid by the city to BRZ to conduct graffiti abatement, and that is conducted generally during warm weather and or seasonally favorable weather, rather than being able to do it all year round. Is that correct?
That's correct, and typically we remove graffiti between April and October.
And this proposal would allow us to do it all year round?
Year round, yeah.
Why would we want to do it all year round?
For a lot of reasons. I mean, there are some who feel that graffiti is not art and that it is ugly. There are others who feel very strongly that this is a property crime, and the sooner it is removed, the less likely someone else is going to come and tag as well. And the other piece, as I mentioned before, is a lot of graffiti tagging is gang-related. And when a large tag goes up on a building or an area, that dictates to the rest of the population that that area is out of bounds, except for those club members or gang members.
Right,
whatever.
so that's territoriality.
Territoriality.
As we have seen at the public library recently.
Yeah.
Okay, great. What you're referencing here is the broken windows theory, which, if you remove if you remove the unsightly premise or the unsightly behaviors, then there's much less likelihood that there will be additional ones. Is that what you're referencing?
Well, I'm really hoping the graffiti artists, I mean, some of them do pretty good work. Let's face it, it's quite stylish and aesthetically pleasing if you just take it as a piece of art on a wall. But they're detrimental to the beauty of a building, and it is a property crime. Sorry, could you ask me that question again? I think
No,
I've
that's
lost my
okay.
train
I
of-
think you've referenced it fine. And just in last, your reference to this, what you referred to as an artist, this person was charged with multiple criminal offenses. Would that not make them a criminal? And they were in fact they were convicted of those offenses rather than an artist?
or perhaps an artistic criminal, I'm not sure, but certainly a criminal.
I bow to your superior knowledge. Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Renfel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Ms. Ames, for coming forward and bringing the presentation forward. So just to confirm, so I'm understanding this correctly, what's being asked for is us to review both the 6-month and the year-round option and their associated amounts at that November 13th budget meeting, correct?
Honestly, I think the 6-month, given that it was intended for this year during the summertime, is moot. No.
Okay, so
It was seasonal, so I suggest, in the interest of efficiency and saving time, that you look at proposed solution number 1, which is for a 1 year.
Okay, and those amounts then reflect exactly what you need? They're not short or anything? Because I remember at the last meeting we discussed, some of the amounts were no longer accurate or what you might need, but that 159,000 that you've got in there is what you need for a year.
Correct. And just so that I can sort of alleviate fears in terms of, gosh, the CSP is getting so expensive. There are costs in this 1-year budget that are startup costs.
Right.
That would not be repeated in subsequent years.
Okay.
So the ask would be less in subsequent years.
Okay, and the service that would be provided outside the downtown core would only be from requested individuals?
Not necessarily. I mean, if we've got some time, we can drive around, spy a graffiti, go and talk to the person involved, and ask them if they'd like it removed.
Okay.
We can do a little bit of marketing as well.
Okay, but you would be talking to people before it was removed?
Oh, we're not touching anything before it's removed. Absolutely not, no.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So my question is to Mr. Brierly or designate. If we do look at a fee for service, what metrics would we use to be able to show that this is effective graffiti abatement and that we're actually seeing something, that we're not just dispersing it, that it is the best possible use of these sums?
Through the chair, great question. Off the top of my head, it's just something I can't answer. I mean, I think we would have to really look at that and see what metrics and measures and so forth would be the most appropriate in this situation.
Because, of course, I know we've looked at fee for services. We want to make sure that is effective use of money, return on investment, et cetera. So something I'd certainly like to see before I would make any budget decision in November is some idea of how we judge the worthiness of such a program from our fee for service perspective.
Certainly, yeah, we can take a look at that.
Okay. Ms. Ames, was there any discussion at your board level about putting this onto the levy instead of coming to council for this? If it is something that we're looking at for the downtown, and I mean, you have a group of businesses that provide to a levy, another way of paying it, was there any option of looking at it through that mechanism?
So the downtown members you're asking whether or not there's an option for the downtown members to pay for graffiti removal.
Yes, I mean, again, was that considered at all? Because of course your members pay a levy.
Yep.
If this is of value to your members, and I'm not saying this is the right way of doing it or not, I just want to know if that was even considered as part of this.
We did not talk about it at the board meeting. And my feeling, given my interactions with business owners and whatnot, it's tough down there. Everything is more expensive, including the levy. And so there is a bit of an expectation on some business owners that the levy they pay out of their hard-earned dollars will buy them agreed upon services. And again, the graffiti is, as I've said before, done at the edge of our desks. We're not doing it as a concentrated effort on a daily basis. We can't. We don't have the time or the manpower or the budget to include that in. So I would be hesitant to ask private businesses and property owners in the downtown that already pay a somewhat contentious levy sometimes to pay for more for graffiti removal, particularly when they're kind of used to having had graffiti removed for 35 years.
You appreciate I have to ask the question because any money we spend is from the hard-earned money of every resident in Lethbridge. So someone or other is going to have to pay for it. It's a matter of how and the best mechanism for paying for it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councilor Croson. And actually, I had a similar question. I appreciate your question that you had thus far. Is the taxes, of course, come from all residents, and I know this graffiti program. I've been reached out by numerous other businesses not in the downtown core, asking, I pay similar taxes. This is coming out of taxes. Is this going to help with my business as well and the graffiti that's on my business? I know there's some documentation to this. There has been some discussion, but just for the public to be able to hear, could you let us know if this will be community-wide?
It's a free service?
The service that will be provided with these dollars here for the graffiti removal.
Community-wide.
Is it community-wide or is it just in the downtown?
No, it would be community-wide. And then we would ask those outside the downtown to pay a fee for that service. Because the downtown members, they pay all the regular taxes that everybody else does, but they also pay that membership levy on top of. And at the moment, we're getting about $250,000 for the membership levy, which we then pay salaries with. And
So this initiative, though, for graffiti removal that's been brought forward is in addition to separate from the downtown levies that you currently have. So should it not be fairness across the community as far as this graffiti removal?
Sure. I mean, when I was thinking about it and going sort of beyond the downtown boundaries, I have to think too about the additional money that is paid to us by the members of the BRZ and how their impression is that buys them certain services, like clean sweep, like graffiti removal, like advocacy promotion, education and support. There might be blowback from the members of the BRZ who are paying that fee if we're able to go beyond the downtown, clean up all the graffiti, not do any kind of fee for service. It just might get complicated with respect to perception.
I'm not saying majority of it is in the downtown core.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, but previously to what Councillor Croson was mentioning as well, this is a separate initiative. We've seen this. It's a separate initiative. It's not coming out of the levies of the downtown businesses, and so this is what I'm just trying to be able to have a response to other businesses that if it is fair and equitable, everyone should have the removal, understanding that majority is going to be in the downtown. But if we said we're just focusing to downtown, but everybody is paying for this service, is all businesses, and it's a tough sell, to be quite honest. And so maybe some more information when this comes back in at our November budget meetings, but just something to think about that I have heard. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's something that I've heard out in the community.
Thank you so much. That's so useful. I mean, this is the first time I've ever really developed something on fee for service, so I'm just going by gut.
Yeah.
And what I may or may not know. So yeah, I'm absolutely happy to enter into negotiations. basically what we want to do is tidy up the city and not get bogged down with issues of small fees, those sorts of things. So,
And I would agree, a majority is in the downtown.
the majority is in the
So-
downtown, but it's, we also clean up in hotspot areas, say down 13th Street and a couple of places up on Mayor McGrath Drive, and they're becoming quite graffiti covered now as well.
Right.
And they're outside downtown.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. If I can, Mr. Mayor, through you to City Manager or Designate, probably Mr. Matthews. I believe there's a motion to refer this to our upcoming budget discussions. Is there enough information or clarity in here to make one of our new initiative sheets? Because it's quite muddied in the way that half of it is capital, half of it is ongoing expenses. It would be hard for council to approve something without knowing what the initial investment, the capital startup costs are, and then the ongoing costs, and how that could be apportioned. And further to Mr. Mayor's comments, how it would be implemented throughout the city. Because I know we do, I believe we do, graffiti abatement on our properties throughout the city. And this talks about removing it off of public property as well. So I'm just wondering, is there enough information here to to create something for council to meaningfully consider, and as Mr. Mayor said, to try to sell our broader community on?
There we go. So the short answer is we could probably come up with a high-level components of it inside of here from the information to build an initiative sheet on it. I know that it'll be a little bit of work for a number of us around to get into, for the timeframes to get for November 13th period. But if economic so wishes, we could do that.
Thank you. Final question. Ms. Amies, the administrative expenses as appropriate that's listed here. Can you, or at time of budget, could you maybe explain some of those to me as well? Are we renting a brand new office, or is this just going to say, no, we'll just, even though they're out in the community power washing, we're still going to charge them part of our office rent? Like I was a bit confused on some of those things. Like, I'm assuming you already have a telephone line. I'm assuming you already have an office and property tax, and attributing it to somebody who's out in the community power washing seemed a little...
I'd certainly be happy to go back and review those. You make some good points.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. I'll cede my time to Councillor Parker.
Councillor Parker.
Okay, well, was I next to him in line after him? Yeah. Okay, then it's okay then. You're kind of coming out of the queue. First of all, thank you, Ms. Amies, and thank you to the task force, because this has been a big issue in the community, and I think this is actually, don't like say an exciting opportunity, but I think it's an appropriate opportunity. Because excitement is different. This is just the appropriate opportunity. My question is to you is, if we expand this program and all that, there's going to be a cost, but you're saying there's an opportunity maybe to get a cost recovery from the businesses or the affected stakeholders outside of the downtown BRZ. Am I correct on that? But we just don't know the amount.
We're correct.
Okay, so there is an opportunity to get a cost recovery. We just don't know exactly yet how it's going to look.
If I might just remind you of Mayor Higgins' concerns around that.
Yeah.
So as I said, I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board a bit on this. I need some advice from folks who know better about this process with the city.
So that makes me kind of ask the next question then to the city managers. Mr. Manager, obviously other communities are going through this as well. We're not an anomaly here. What are other cities doing in regards to graffiti removal?
Thank you. I'll look to Mr. Malcolm to speak to that question, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So the BRZ's relationship to this is a little bit unique in Lethbridge just because of the evolution of the issue and its concentration in Lethbridge on the downtown. So in other communities, I do know that they have different types of graffiti abatement programs out there or grant subsidy programs. But typically those are been put out by a municipality where they have them for a competitive bid process and often are actually bid on by commercial businesses. In Lethbridge, we are unique that we have a nonprofit in the downtown BRZ who operate a clean sweep program, which is a program actually very unique to North America. Again, in many BRZs and BIAs across North America, the businesses pay into the levy and they pay for a fee that then they hire a private contractor to take care of the cleaning on behalf of their businesses. In Lethbridge, through the evolution of the Clean Sweep program, the city has valued that businesses needed that extra level of support, and there was a social return on investment for funding the Clean Sweep program, which funds or provides work experience for people experiencing homelessness. So there was a social return on top of the impact for businesses. So I would say that the BRZ and the Clean Sweep has had a unique evolution in their service provision, but in many other communities, this is done on behalf of BIAs with a private contractor, and they're paying for the service as opposed to the taxpayer from the whole community.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Amies, as well.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Sorry to put you on the spot, Ms. Amies. I think you feel like you're being grilled, but of course we're trying to figure out how to get the service and the best way to figure out how to pay for it. So my question is to you, Mr. Brierley, or to one of your designates. Was there any discussion about doing this internally through the Parks Department, everything? Has that ever been costed out about whether this could be done at a cheaper price internally, whether external is the best? I don't know if it is or isn't, but have we even looked into that?
So being one of the administrative members that have been attending the Downtown Task Force meetings, it's something that we've brought up. As Ms. Amies alluded to, this initiative came because there was a desire, a conversation around having that 6-month impact in particular. And then we also prepared a 1-year budget to go with it. But it was really brought forward because there was a desire for an immediate impact, and we've passed that time. I think now, as we've been talking, we've had more conversations around if this is something we want to go forward with, we need to have a conversation on what are all of our options. Because even if it was just to proceed with this and award it to the Clean Sweep program in downtown BRZ, we'd have to be aware of procurement just because we have a pretty large existing Clean Sweep contract and just need to be aware of that total value. But I think one of the things we would explore, and we've had conversations on multiple of these different social disorder areas, is whether or not administration could do it. And we haven't got there yet, but we have had that conversation. What would that cost be? And we just haven't had the time to get there.
Okay. Would there be time to review this at all prior to the budget, or are we going to be going into it with just the information we have and hoping we're going to be making the best decision?
To Councillor Crowson. So the answer to that would be no. That would take a little bit of a lot more extensive work to go through to really be comfortable with the numbers between the two. When I was referring to before about bringing some information back, that's based on the information we have with the existing service.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation and answering all those questions. Again, not on the hot seat. You may feel you are, but Ms. Amies, this probably gives you a lot of information going forward as well. And so we appreciate you being here and for the presentation. Thank you. Okay. I do have a resolution here from Councillor Middleton Hope. Graffiti abatement proposal. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer this request to the November 13th, 2024 annual budget review meeting of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Okay, my name's not on there.
Motion?
Which motion are we talking about? Ah, there we go. Okay. Great. Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you to my colleagues for asking some important yet pointed questions of Miss Amy's. I think Miss Amy's has brought forward not only a recommendation, but a presentation that provides us with some additional insights into what is occurring not only in the downtown core, but extensively across the city. I think there's an opportunity for us to examine how that might be leveraged, whether there is a fee for service or whether or not we are simply going to utilize this program in the downtown core and how that might be expanded. Councillor Crowson has identified some potential efficiencies here, I'll use that term, which might provide for an opportunity which we currently do not have all of the equipment that would allow us as a city to be able to perform this service more broadly and 12 months of the year. So there may be an opportunity here through the examination to provide an enhanced level of service not only for the downtown but for services across the city. So I ask for my colleagues' support and we'll move this motion forward unless there are questions of it.
We'll see you back on the 13th.
I see no further questions, but yes, we will see it back on the 13th, and I appreciate, again, the information coming forward and look forward to what we can do with this. So questions been called, all in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you.
Good, thank you.
We can take a 10-minute recess here. We'll return at 5 after 11. Good afternoon, and we'll get good morning, I guess. Yes, it's afternoon somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Good morning, and welcome back to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. And we're going to move on. We are done with our presentations, moving on to submissions. And the first one from Mr. Matthews, CFO, regarding the fee-for-service cost benefit analysis for economic development Lethbridge and tourism Lethbridge. And I'll just turn the time over for a quick, I know this isn't a presentation, but a synopsis of 6.1, Mr. Matthews, if I can have you just kind of give a high level. Thank you.
Thank you, members of Economic Stand Policy Committee. So if members remember back in July, or June, I should say, there was a motion at that time to defer this to July, and then a subsequent to defer this to come back here in the fall to get a bit more understanding around what it would entail to do a cost-benefit analysis on the fee-for-service groups. Additionally, what we would be doing within the budget process, and also working with both, in this case, Tourism Lethbridge and Economic Development Lethbridge in regards to their requirements or the work that it would entail for those groups to work with the city to be able to do this. So the information that's before Economic Committee today includes both the actual work plan or draft work plan that's being developed, also the actual work requirements or that budgetary piece of time for both Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge, and also some background information there in regards to what council has historically said either through the MOU agreement or the agreement with Economic Development Lethbridge, or the approved mandate that's within the terms of reference for the Lethbridge Destination Management Organization, and also known as Tourism Lethbridge. So today as well, just want to say that since that time, I've been able to meet a couple times with both parties. So what you're seeing inside the document here today on the plans, we were able to share back and forth and incorporate some of the thoughts of both Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge into that, as well as also some reference materials and other components that they would, if this proceeds, they would like the city to consider as well. So with that, I'll open it up for questions on the submission side.
All right, before I go to any questions, if we could ask if anybody in the public would like to speak to this. Seeing none, all right, we'll turn to questions, and we'll start off with nobody. All right, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I'm nobody, thanks. Thank you so much. I guess to the city manager or designate, or I see we do have the Tourism Lethbridge representatives in the audience today. My question is, to start with, is what are the costs to these two organizations? And I'm not talking about the financial costs, but how will the workload and how will the work affect their projects and operations? So we received a report in May from the city manager about things that the city could not do because of other projects that council had put forward. We're putting this one forward, and I believe that adding extra work to these organizations would also cause things to be lost. So I'd like to know what non-financial losses we're going to see out of this, which would result in economic development losses. So whoever could answer that for me.
So I don't think I'd be the best person to speak to on the tourism's front there. So on that, what I will suggest inside of here, though, at least in my communications, because I don't see somebody from Economic Development Lethbridge here today. I know that Mr. Lewington had reached out saying he wasn't able to make it today to myself. However, in talking to him directly on this, it's an opportunity cost for Economic Development Lethbridge. So i.e., if they're working on this, there is some other things. I don't have the specific components, what those would be. That would be something that they would have to answer. In regards to Tourism Lethbridge, I would request maybe somebody from Tourism Lethbridge to be able to speak to those items as well.
Sorry, a little confusion about whether we were invited up or not. Good morning. My name is Erin Crane, CEO for Tourism Lethbridge. Thanks for the question. There are a few items that, we discussed that would not come to fruition if we were moving forward with this. And I think one of the most important ones that we've been talking about is the continued investment from our provincial and federal partners. As many of you know, we've worked diligently throughout the last few years to be part of the Travel Alberta planning when it comes to reaching their lofty goals of hitting, $25 billion by 2030. The Lethbridge to Medicine Hat Tourism Development Zone does put Lethbridge in a spotlight for Alberta. And they want to make sure that we are ready for that investment. They want to invest in us, but they want to make sure that, we have the plans and the foundation in order to do that. And I know that that's what this project does. However, it does also, bring to mind that maybe we're not ready yet. So it's always, kind of balancing that. Are they ready for investment? Or do they still have work that needs to be done? So we do need to manage that as best we can. And this is similar on a federal scale, because again, we have been highlighted as one of their corridors for the Prairies to Pacific corridor along Highway 3. And they recently just came out with their strategy plan for that. And one of the highlights in that plan is to make sure that the organizations that they are investing in have government support. And, we need to make sure that we can, show that in the best way possible. And if this project is what we need to do in order to show that support, we're 100% on board. It may mean just postponing some of that investment that we could see right now as we work through this process. And maybe we then go back to them in 2026 to say, okay, now we're ready, let's move forward. Or, can we do that, currently? So I think that is one of the big ones. The other one was, again, on a regional scale. Many of you know that you fund us, but we are also funded by other partners. And a big portion of that is the regional work that we do. We are the hub for the region, and that often puts Lethbridge in the leadership role, right? If we're not leading that charge, often the rest of the region isn't seeing that growth either. So things like the Crow's Nest Pass and the South Canadian Rockies, there's huge development there, but they're also a very young organization. Similarly, with the work that we're doing in agri-food tourism, this is a regional look at how things go, no different than Canada's premier food corridor. So we do play a leadership role, and we may need to step back from that, which again means that product development, assisting our businesses with market and export readiness, some of those things may not happen as we work through this process.
Just from, I'm Michelle Day, Chair of Tourism Lethbridge, just from a board also perspective and very Lethbridge focused, we understand that the last DMP was done in 2016, and that really needs to be looked at. So I think approaching a review versus maybe approach of doing a new integrated destination management plan moves us forward quicker than taking a stalemate pause of looking back. And I just want to acknowledge Daryl Matthews and his team. We appreciate the meetings, the conversation, and the communication. That was done excellently, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
So just one follow-up question to that, and this to the city manager designate. When we were putting together the plan on this for Tourism Lethbridge, did we consider the development of an integrated DMP, which would continue to move the work forward, but would also include the industry partners and also include a review of what's been done in the past? So rather than just doing the review, do work that also moves things forward so that we're not losing out and perhaps even being overtaken by another regional partner or something like that. Is that something that we can consider to make sure that we're moving forward?
We had to hit the right side of the left side, if not the right side of the thing. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, so when we're going through the materials in here, so keeping in mind the scope of what we're trying to do, so we do have to put some boxes around it. We did spend some time looking at one, the DMP that Ms. Day was referring to. So that is one of the things we would look at inside of there, because that is some of the founding pieces that council worked at and in what led up to the LDMO terms of reference. Looking at going further, so one of the pieces that's inside of currently that is inside of the OBM that we're developing was also looking at alternative service deliveries. It was also looking at kind of those kind of components, but also there would be also an analysis of the current state versus future state ideas, i.e., very simply put, kind of that SWOT analysis, industry look. That's where we would do some of it. Now, we're not putting in a whole, right now the plan doesn't have a whole spectrum of doing that because that would increase it quite significantly of work. So we would have some pieces that would come into that industry scan, things to be considered, but not necessarily the full work that I believe that tourism was just mentioning.
So I'm just thinking in cost savings long term. And what that return on investment, we do this short project within this box, we're stalled out, we miss out on federal and provincial funding to move forward, and now we're playing catch up in 2026 to move things forward. I'm just wondering if we can get some financials around how it would look to be moving this forward as well as doing the review back, just to make sure that we are still continuing to move forward. We're not missing out on those federal and provincial dollars. We're not unable to participate in regional initiatives, knowing that there's another destination management plan, perhaps being looked at by a different regional partner. I think it's important for us to keep moving forward and not just be looking back. And how can we help this organization do that? How can we help them help us help ourselves?
So what I would suggest to members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, if you want to expand the scope of the review to include that, that would just have to be an additional piece. Then we'd have to go back and just add that into the planning piece. Currently, right now, as I said, we have a limited scope of taking a look at what those other things would be in the community that are facing, which one of those threats would actually be the component of another agency coming in and looking at it from a regional perspective per se. If you want to go further on that, we just have to add that component to this particular review.
Okay, and so that scoping then would come back to us after you chatted with them, and we would look at what further costs would be to our organization as well as theirs.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Campbell?
Mr. Mayor, I just have Ms. Crane and Ms. Day, just for you, I just because it's important for me to have great relationships with all of our fee-for-service organizations. I just want to know, because I know at the beginning of this, when you heard there was going to be a review, or I know you felt pretty blindsided by it, and you felt that you had just gone through a lot of reports, and you say we're doing all right. So I just want to know, as we get to this point here, where we're continuing on with this, just to check in, how has this process gone for you? How are you feeling? Are you happy with the discussion? You sort of answered it in a way, but the discussions you've had with members of the executive team, has this gone good? Are you feeling good about what we're doing here?
To answer your question, it has been a very positive experience since. So one of the things that I was very appreciative of is the conversations that we had with Daryl Matthews and the team, and the opportunity of education on both sides of understanding what we're trying to do. I totally agree with Daryl Matthews that he's working within the scope that he was given. Absolutely 100%. And I appreciate the conversation, the development, and our input into that. And at the same time, it's just unique timing that I stated last time, with timing because we just released our DNEC survey with stakeholders of tourism, and I want to thank Jen and yourself for being there, part of that yesterday, but also Travel Alberta has just released their resident sentiment survey. So this information is coming to us at a very great time, so this would be an opportunity time to look at now doing a destination management plan. To Mayor Higgins' question last time that we were here, he asked if we were going to be sharing that information. And we did get to meet with Lloyd, and we're working with Lloyd on when is the best time to present that information. So yes, to your question, the communication has been very positive, and I appreciate that.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. You may as well come back up. Either one of you, both of you. Once you hear the question, you may decide it's both of you. One of the things we've heard specifically from the provincial government is a real emphasis on tourism. They want to see that as an economic driver across the province. It's something they're going to be funding and putting money in. We also know historically that, you know, there's been some grants and different things that Lethbridge has missed out on, not necessarily tourism related, but other opportunities in the past because we haven't been shovel ready or we haven't been prepared, etc. Do we risk losing out on some provincial money in this next couple of years because of the timing of this? Not that, you know, whether or not we should do this, but is there a risk in the timing that we might not be in the sense of a shovel ready for provincial money? Or on the other side, would this actually put us in a better position? So how does that play into the timing of this with regards to the provincial push right now, in your opinion?
The Travel Alberta and the Tourism and Sport Ministry are looking to spend some money to support tourism as we speak at this time frame. And they've done all those researches such as the TDZ that Aaron had brought up. Federally, we have some time because Destinations Canada has announced the corridor from Lethbridge to Hope, BC, but we're waiting for follow-up information from them of now, okay, where do they want to go and what does this look like? So provincially, yes, there's money on the table right now. Federally, we have some time.
If we move forward on this and all of a sudden, you know, something comes down the pike, because it happens, you know, especially when they're trying to buy votes before an election or something, you know, things come down the pike. Would your group be able to say to us, okay, we need to pause this right now because we need to move full force into working on this? Is this something you would be comfortable working with administration on if this moves forward, saying, we don't have the resources right now, this has to be the priority, can we pause this?
So you're asking me to pause the internal...
To have that conversation, would that be something your organization could do? Again, I'll be asking similar questions of our administration because I have too many times Lethbridge has lost out on things because we didn't have our ducks in a row. And is that something that you would be confident to bring forward to us if there's an opportunity to say, you know, you're working on this, but we need full speed ahead on this? Is that a conversation? Is the relationship good enough that you could do that?
I'm going to take a stab at this one, and Michelle, please let me know. But again, I think this is the opportunity, you know, that Councillor Schmidt-Rempel might have put forward, that, you know, a way to balance this is to be proactive and to say, we are doing this review, but we're doing it in a forward-thinking way. We've gone to a bigger scope that does include, you know, a cost-benefit analysis that does, you know, look at updating and expanding and improving the destination management plan from 2016, but it's in a forward-thinking way, right? That we are getting ourselves ready for shovel readiness, like you said, but that at the same time, we're working through this project. And then if there's opportunities that come up, we have the chance to sit down and talk together to say, okay, we've got this. What do we do with it, right? And do we pull back a little bit from the, what we would like to work to, which is a destination integration strategy of, how are we all working together in order to, promote our destination? That, we could make those determinations like you talked about at that point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is to the city manager or designate. Can we be blunt? How much of this is not about EDL and Tourism Lethbridge, but about the fact that the city of Lethbridge has historically not done fee-for-service well? We have not built in performance metrics. We have not built in evaluations. And so even though it seems like the focus is on these two organizations, how much is this really, truly about us and bettering our processes?
Through the chair, I'm happy to take that, and I'm gonna use your ducks in a row thing, Councillor, is in unprofessional sense. First, we probably want to understand how many ducks we have and where they are, and so on that sense is this. So when we get money from the provincial government or federal government, one of the things that are typically outlined are, here are the objectives. What is the value proposition as far as returns, metrics, reporting? That's typically standard business practice. And so while this might feel to some that have not been through this as a punitive exercise, it is absolutely by no means. It's good business. And sometimes what that does is it ensures that we are aligned. Here is what the city's expecting for the funds that they provide in terms of returns. And beyond that, it ensures that the organization has a common understanding and where we can do a course correction. It might be that the organization has some really good things planned that isn't well understood by the city, that the city is the one sometimes needing to do a course correction. That could result in more funding sometimes. Other times it could result in funding being distributed in different ways. So I know that's a long answer, but it's, again, back to value proposition of ensuring there's a common understanding of objectives. And then as you're talking about deeper plans, destination management plans, and more holistic approaches, I would suggest that this would be the foundation to those larger plans.
Respectfully, though, the question was, have we historically done our fee-for-services well? And is this actually improvement at the city's level that we're seeing? Even though, of course, there might be changes with our relationship with EDL and tourism, is this about us doing fee-for-services better?
Absolutely, yes. Apologies, I didn't, in that long diatribe, didn't answer your question. But yes, this is absolutely about the need to improve.
So this is about improvement at the city, even though everybody thinks that, yes, EDL and tourism are part of it, they're the start of it, but this is as much about constant improvement at our level.
That's correct.
Okay. And the other thing, I know, and I've said this to past city managers over the years, that it's very difficult to know if there is success at the city. But in most of mine, it was with regards to our own departments, that we get metrics back, but they don't necessarily, link to our priorities and stuff like that. So is this the beginning of us reviewing some performance metrics? We're starting externally, but will we be doing this with the same, rigor internally to make sure that the reports that we're getting, not right away, trust me, I know the workload that we have, but will we be doing the same rigor at some point, looking internally to make sure we're getting the same success, the same metrics, et cetera, internally?
Absolutely. So the work's already well underway internally on that. As far as the metrics and the service levels and the reporting, and some of it will be for internal purposes, and then eventually there will be aspects that will be, subject to council's approval, externally posted, available for public, where we can see and the public can see, here's how these services are performing. So that work is already well underway.
And will that be public as well when we work through our departments? Because we brought these guys in publicly several times, which may give the impression that we're, seeing issues. But will we be looking at our own stuff as rigorously and as publicly as we're doing with these or outside organizations?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Councillor Middleton-Ho.
And thank you to my colleague beside me who provided some badly needed clarification on a couple of points. There are two additional points that I would like clarification from administration on, if I could, actually, if I may. Regarding funding, is it not true that the funding that would be expended by Tourism Lethbridge or Economic Development Lethbridge taken out of the budget that we provide to them?
Currently, that's my understanding, is that their opportunity costs, they're not at request for additional, so it would come, that is already currently coming from their existing funding that's provided either through the City of Lethbridge or from other agencies.
Okay, thank you. The second question that I have is, I've heard the term just looking back. Do we not also agree that in order to know where we're going, we have to look back at where we have been? I object to the terminology that we forget everything that we've done before and we simply move forward from today and we examine what we're doing today. How are we going to know how we got here, and how are we going to know where we're going to go in the future if we don't look back?
Yeah, so Mr. Barley just reminded me of, looking for the puck, basically, and being able to predict where the puck is going for Mr. Gretzky. So the reality is that yes, you do have to understand the past a lot of times to tell the future. Unfortunately, we can see many examples throughout history, both in governments and in other matters, where history repeats itself. In this regard, some of the looking back components of this would actually set the benchmarks, set targets, agreed upon targets, and so forth between groups. And I'm not referring just right at this stage here with the ones before us today being Tourism Lethbridge and EDL in this regard. I'm talking about just generally in our fee-for-service agreements or even in city departments. So benchmarking is important. Looking back, finding what it is, finding out what the cost of what services that are being provided, what is the cost of those services, and then of course what this other information is. Also looking at cost-benefit analysis is then kind of that looking forward piece. Well, the inside of this right now has the other alternative service deliveries or other ways of looking at it. Not saying that those are going to be viable options. It may very well be that this one, the fee-for-service we have today are the viable options and actually are proven. We heard a little bit this morning about that with the Carl's review, very similar to that. So this actually brings forward some of those aspects as well.
Okay. Cut off.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Matthews, who his name is on the sheet, so I'll the form. There's two options presented to council. One is recommended, and then the other is to actually just do these as laid out or is being considered in the 2028-2031, thank you, operating budget. So with all our fee-for-services, Councillor Crowson was saying they all need to be reviewed at some point. Why option one do these outside of the current plan rather than doing them as part of the full plan?
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. So bit of background difference between the two of them. So as you mentioned, inside of here, we are looking at, and we're drafting right now, and it is that actually attachment 8 in the package that talks a little bit about what the budgetary process will look like for other fee-for-service groups. So as I go through that, I'll start with that, and then I'll come back to the difference between the two. So what we're looking at for the budgetary process at this standpoint is that not necessarily every group will go through it for the next piece. It'll be on a risk-based or dollar level side. So, for example, some fee-for-service groups have a very small, very succinct mandate or a very small dollar value that have it. They may not go through the same kind of process. So what would happen is probably the larger valued, which would also be tourism EDL, to name a few, and then maybe I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but maybe Nikko Yuko Japanese Gardens is another one inside that comes to mind right now. Those are the larger dollar value fee for services that would kind of automatically kind of go through this process. That process is different though. So what that is going back to understanding the mandate of what is a fee for service. So that what it's looking at there is the cost of the fee for service to be going through that program is that they're either lower or they have specialty skills that we don't have within the organization. So it's an assessment of that and really, at a very high level, that's as far as it goes. So basically we look at the cost of the services and what they have in the listing of services, and we compare it to what we would do. We don't look at alternative service delivery. We don't look at some of the other aspects that were requested inside of this OBM. So going forward then to this OBM and the difference and on this, there's a couple things on this, and this one will be what I'm about to say is not necessarily relative to tourism Lethbridge. It's actually more relative to economic development Lethbridge. There's another whole component in doing an economic, which is the actual KPMG recommendation pieces that would be included in that one. So that's a little bit of difference. It also, the OBM is actually looking at also recommendations on alternative service delivery. So not just whether or not it's cheaper to do it with city forces or their forces. It's actually looking at, well, even outside of city forces, what would be an alternative potential model of doing that if there is a model that looks that way. It also, the difference on these ones here as well too would look at goes even a bit further in when we just heard today in Tourism Lethbridge, where you're also looking at environmental scans, some of the threats and opportunities and other things that these organizations are facing that we wouldn't look at inside of the budgetary one. Not to say that those groups wouldn't speak to it as part of their operating budget process, but that's not what we would do in that model. So there is a difference in between the two, and the reason for this is if council so wishes to do these, they're more comprehensive scope. They will set, and similar to what Mr. Barley said, those understanding the ducts that are there and the services and provided, and actually some clarifications I think that, in discussing between the different groups on the mandate that council has set, and then also what are the objectives compared to what the services are being provided. Not saying that there's anything wrong with the services that are being provided today, but I think it would be interesting to bring back, here's the services that are being paid for, and is council comfortable with those level of services that are there? And if so, then, and if they're not in the agreements today, then they have to modify those agreements. So there's a whole other process outside of it that we wouldn't do with the other ones.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And this to the city manager designate, taking a look at the economic development Lethbridge document. When we look at other in-scope requirements, there's nothing listed there, and I'm wondering if that's not a gap and that it might not be helpful to link other city reviews underway or things that might be planned that are directly related to supporting EDL's work. So things like potential impacts of land pricing and land banking strategies. We talked about our industrial and commercial land banking, which we don't have a list of. Certainly that affects their ability to do the work. Impacts of offsite levies and other fees relative to comparables in communities. We're currently working on impacts of municipal tax incentives, so we're working on those tax incentives right now. A review of impacts of development policies, so we're working on our land use bylaw, as well as a review of the city's performance of its obligations under the MOU, and that's as part of the background in the context of the KPMG recommendations. So I'm wondering if we don't see a gap in that other in-scope requirements, because those things certainly affect EDL's ability to do their work, but they're not being considered in this.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I almost said Carlson there. So in that regard, so actually they are, so roundabout way here, they are considered in the sense that they're out of scope. So we did have a conversation between myself and Mr. Lewington in regards to this. Mr. Lewington did bring these up here. Was a little disappointed that that I wasn't putting these into the document. And there's the reason why is that these are already coming through in different forms of fashion and other pieces of work coming in different timelines, and it would increase the scope of this box and the work for it. For example, the incentive programs are coming later this year to council, but this review is not scheduled until next year. So it's not to say that the outcomes of those other pieces of work couldn't be inside of this. It's just that we're not building into this box that it coming as a deliverable as part of this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. My concern is that when this review comes forward, those pieces get lost. So can we make sure that those pieces are somewhere, somehow documented, that they can be tied to this study so that we know that those have been looked at and what those impacts could be on EDL's performance? Knowing that, and like I said, knowing that we are already doing that, making sure that those don't get lost as a part of the puzzle.
So where those would come in would be within the SWOT analysis, components of it, of other factors that would come in. So i.e., it's not that it would be in depth, it would be the findings from those other pieces along the journey, if long as those were done, then would come in. So I'd have to look, for example, in the offsite one, that is some work I know that Mr. Sanchez and his team are working at in regards to phase 2. We'd have to look whether the timing of that works. So depending on whether the work is completed or not, they'd be included within the timeframes of this, if that makes sense.
And they will at least be outlined that something is underway.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll step out for now.
All right, I see no further questions, and so you can continue, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Stepping back in. One final question then for you, Mr. Matthews. When we look at the cost benefit review, which value for money approach are we going to be using? So there's different types. I mean, social return on investment analysis is certainly something that we should be considering when we look at affordable housing projects, and childcare project delivery, those sorts of things, any additional clinic development. How are we looking at that, and which approaches are we going to be used?
So that's another great discussion point. It came up in both discussions with Tourism Lethbridge and also with Economic Development Lethbridge. At this stage here, I wouldn't be able to say yet, and here's the reason why. It really depends on the data in regards to what's available. So some of the things like for the social investment, return on investment component, it's very complex in the amount of data we can have. I know when talking to Tourism Lethbridge, some of that is difficult to get because some of it's contained with other partners and so forth, and it may be expensive and time consuming to get. So as we go through and assess the data elements in the planning phases, then we'll be able to come back and answer which model we'd be able to use. And to that, it may not necessarily be one aspect in one. I guess one size may not fit all either.
And then we'll be able to carry this forward in other reviews that we're looking at.
Yes, and I think what's important there too as we build this one, so each one of the models when you go to fee-for-service, if you're doing it at this level of a fee-for-service, you would utilize this differently. So the EDL model would be different than the tourism model. And in fact, if you look through the CBA document after meeting with both groups, they're tailored. So when I first created these, they were basically, they were identical. After meeting with them, we've tailored them to the groups. To answer your question, yes, they would have to be, because depending on the nature of service, you're going to do the CBAs a little bit differently.
Right. Okay, correct. Thank you very much.
I think I have no further questions, and so I will read the resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope, fee-for-service cost-benefit analysis, Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge. Be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council direct administration to conduct and complete the reviews of Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge as outlined within the attached draft fee-for-service cost-benefit analysis review plans, Economic Development Lethbridge fee-for-service cost-benefit analysis plan attachment 1, and Tourism Lethbridge fee-for-service cost-benefit review plan attachment 4, and return to Council through the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee with the findings no later than Q1 of 2026. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
We've gone through questions. Open debate.
Open debate. I'll reserve my comments to the end.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. If we had had discussions with EDL and Tourism Lethbridge before this had come to council, I think we would have been able to have moved this process along a lot quicker. So just in future, as part of process, that would be very effective for actually reaching out to partners. Fee-for-services require community partners, and we must remember that they are partners with an expertise and knowledge we don't have, and who bring an incredible benefit to our community. And by working with them in partnership, we can get a lot more done. I also want to make sure that, that what I said earlier about being able to pause these things if we need to, so that we're not actually putting the city at risk by losing opportunities, has to be something as we look forward. And I'm sure Mr. Matthews heard that when we were discussing it. But overall, I will vote for this as the purpose and the emphasis on improving city practices. Regardless of what this motion is titled, this is actually improving the city's processes on fee-for-services. While we are starting with EDL and Tourism Lethbridge, as you've heard, this will be reaching out to more places. And I noted this is something the city needs to work on internally and externally, on how we do metrics, how we do keep performance indicators, how we actually show that what we are doing is achieving our priorities and making sure we are getting things done. Personally, I mean, if I was doing this, I would have started more internally, but we have to start somewhere. And I thank our community partners for being the ones that we're going to start with at EDL and Tourism Lethbridge. As the city brings in improvements to our processes, I'm afraid it's probably going to be a bit of a bumpy ride as we move forward on this. And I thank you for being such great community partners as we move ahead. I mean, if the vote goes that way, but we know that you are working on behalf of the community through this. And I know you understand we are as well. So thank you.
I have no further debate, so back to yourself, Councillor Middleton. Hope to close. Oh, sorry, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I still see some gaps in the documents, but certainly understand the need for the reviews. I am concerned about how this could stall out our work in the economic development as well as tourism space. And I do hope what we learn out of this will improve our city processes and support these two community partners. To this point, if there's one thing we've learned, it's that we speak with our internal departments and partners as we move other review processes forward. I certainly thank these two community groups for working with us through this process. I look forward to seeing how we move this forward, and I will be supporting this to see how we can move forward to make the city a better place for economic development and for tourism. And thank you both.
I too will support this going forward. I think the engagement that we've had thus far, this has been back to council a few times and to the Standing Policy Committee a couple times anyways, and so the communication definitely has brought it to attention. So I think we all have said loud and clear what needs to be done, and I know administration sees that. So with that, I'll turn that over to Councillor Middleton. Hope to close.
Sorry, just like Ms. Mearns, I'm frozen in here. I think we're cutting costs by turning off the heat. Less is more. Thank you very much to administration for conducting all of the work that has been done up to this. Thank you to our partners for collaborating on this. It's going to be an important piece moving forward. I think what we've gained out of this is an acknowledgement that this is an important process and it'll make us all better in the final analysis. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to 6.2 in submissions. If there's any questions for Mr. Pitcher regarding the Housing Solutions Coordinator Nonprofit Affordable Housing Tax Grant Program that was in your package, I would ask it to ask those questions. And seeing no questions with that, all right.
We've lost John.
All right, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel to start.
Thank you very much. To the city manager designate on this one, where do private developers fall within the nonprofit, or within the affordable housing tax grant program? Are we going to hear from those private developers that have worked on affordable housing programs? Are we going to look at including them in the future? Where do our private developers who are going to support us in this space fall? Mr. Pitcher.
Thank you for the question. So when council initially tasked us with the development of this program, it was a nonprofit affordable housing tax grant. And so that's exactly what we've drafted at this point. Private developers aren't included in it, and they are also, to our knowledge at this point in time, not included in the exemptions that would be a part of the Bill 20 provisions.
And that was going to be my follow-up question. Thank you very much.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. So my concern with this, I mean, yes, we've had changes at Bill 20. We've had changes that are basically making what we suggested to you moot at this point, so which is why we're putting it on pause. We'll use the drafted one if anything comes forward. But rather than just seeing it as a pause, is this an opportunity for your department to come back with something that may be more appropriate moving ahead? So rather than a pause, can we consider this more of a rethink?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. I would say it's not necessarily that we don't think the program is viable and may have benefits in the future. We just don't know exactly where to focus our efforts until we have a better understanding of Bill 20.
So the motion that we have is you don't come back to the first quarter of 2026. I mean, year and a half from now. In the housing world, I mean, that's an incredible length of time. Would it be more appropriate to direct you to come back after you've had time? Like, to not set an exact date, but to say, come back if a better idea has arisen and there's a good idea that you need to come back for. Would that make more sense than just saying, go away for a year and a half and think, like, should we make this more flexible? Because we're trying to solve, a crisis.
I think from our perspective, we'd be flexible with that. I'd maybe defer to Mr. Malcolm for any further comment, though.
I think we can come back at any point in time. We were giving ourselves time that the details of Bill 20 were going to come out in 2025, which would have time to evaluate that. And then we're cognizant that this council obviously has an election in October. So that's why we proposed the 2026 deadline. But as soon as information or we feel prepared to come and speak to it, we can certainly bump that up.
All right. So if we say this specifically, wait on, but if we change the motion slightly, and I'm going to be recommending that, Ms. Hilford, just that, again, don't think that if you have good ideas, you're not welcome back. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. I have no further questions, and so to open debate, I'll turn the time over to Councillor Crowson after reading the resolution. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council direct administration to return to an Economic and Finance SPC in Q1 2026 following implementation of the Government of Alberta's Bill 20 Municipal Affairs Statute Act 2024, with an overview of its impact on municipal tax rebate program and funding options for council consideration. And number 2, utilize a drafted program guiding principles as provided in attachment 1 to evaluate any request for funding in lieu of 2024 property taxes for affordable housing should they arise. Councillor Crowson.
With permission of my colleagues, I'd like to add a number 3 that says something along the lines, and to return to or to the appropriate SPC as needed, as new policies, plans, et cetera, are formed around the housing crisis. I know that's not the appropriate wording, and I know our staff are, intelligent enough to know when they have good ideas to bring it forward. I just don't want it to be so prescriptive that we're losing some good ideas.
ChatGPT Ryan is doing something as we speak.
And I realized I use the word appropriate a lot. Hopefully that was appropriate.
So are you thinking in between now and 2026?
Yes. So if they say, like, right now we're very focused on this one, but if they're like, you know what, rather than it being maybe only for not-for-profits, maybe the new world is moving to, something else.
Modular homes.
Yeah, oh yeah, but Or earlier could be possible as well. Or earlier if needed or if required, just something so it's not prescriptive.
And if I could ask administration through Mr. City Manager to who might be able to answer this, seeing this here, does this make sense and does it fit as far as timelines? It's with the resolution that's previously put up on the screen. Oh.
Yeah, I think that was the revision that we were just saying. You could just put 2026 or earlier, so that works for us.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Malcolm.
Doesn't look like you need number 3 at all.
Yeah, we wouldn't need, yeah. With the change to number 1, so Q1 2026 or earlier.
Yeah.
Less words is better. Councillor Kaufman would never like this.
Well, and the idea, of course, is just not to pigeonhole ourselves into something. While we're doing that, I will just start the debate if that is amenable.
That can be a friendly.
And that could be a friendly to yourself.
I am very friendly to myself most days.
All right. So open debate?
Yes. So I think most people reading this will understand we work in a very fluid situation. The provincial government is making changes to some of their laws, which will then affect how we can do some of our practices. And this is just, though, basically outlines that we'll see what actually happens at the provincial level and then make appropriate changes at our level. And this reflects that. So I'm hoping my colleagues will support this.
I do want to add to this, as I made a comment earlier, that previous Councillor Kaufman would not like this. I meant by using less words. He likes to use more words.
Oh.
Not saying that he's not support the nonprofit housing tax. So I wanted to make sure that was how they're going to only imagine a question I get. What do you mean? So yes, he just likes to use lots of words. So. And with that, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel for debate.
Thank you, Councillor Croson, for the addition to this. Certainly, I want us to be able to consider options that may come forward. Hence my questions about the space for private developers in this. We don't know what Bill 20 looks like. We see that they may not be included in Bill 20, but we still don't have the full details on that. So this allows that flexibility in what we may be able to do. Thank you very much, and I will be supporting this.
Back to Councillor Croson to close.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to bylaws. So from Councillor Campbell, bylaw 6455, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw. Be resolved, the Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council provide first reading of bylaw 6455, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw at the October 22nd, 2024 council meeting, and consider second and third reading of bylaw 6455, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw at the November 26, 2024 council meeting. So Councillor Campbell, if there's any questions from my colleagues first, is it a question?
Yeah, I'm just saying Ms. Parker is here to answer any questions that we may have.
All right.
I believe if
first off,
I'll open it up for questions first.
Councillor Croson.
So one overarching question to Mr. City Manager or Designate. When we look at agenda items 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, and 6.6, there is nothing new that wasn't in the budget we previously approved. This is just something we annually do. And so no surprises. These have already been agreed to in the budget previously. And we're just bringing it forward because we have to bring it forward annually. But there's no changes to what we're asking of the public.
That is correct.
Okay. So, yeah, this is just done as per process. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
That was your question, wasn't it?
Well, now I'm going to have to make one up. Through you to Madam City Clerk. Why are these at Economic and Finance and just not first reading on the next council meeting?
Yeah, it is for public engagement. In case the public did want to come today and speak to any of these bylaws, this would be their opportunity today and not at council.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
And with that, I will ask, is there anyone in the public which wishes to make a presentation on this? For a second time, anyone in the public which makes a presentation? And for a third and final time, is there anyone in the public that wishes to make a presentation on this bylaw? Okay, seeing none, we'll open, I think we've opened debate, and Councillor Campbell to open debate.
Well, this has been a waste. I thought about this last night. No, anyway. Obviously, this was adopted by City Council. So the engagement is complete. The operating budget process is for the rate adjustment. This is something we must do, so I would ask for my colleagues' support.
Councillor Carlson?
It's on process, so I'll wait till this one is done. I was just wondering, they are all on the agenda for folks to speak to. I was wondering if we could do them all as one motion to first reading and see if anyone, because I don't see anyone here to speak from the public. except former mayor.
One omnibus?
I was wondering if we could move item 63, 64, 65, and
6364?
There's 4 of them.
And 3250, the 4 of them.
Yes.
All right.
Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is.
I would like to make that motion then.
All right. There's the 4 of them. Now, I will ask a question. We will put these together, as my colleagues don't have any concern with that. So I will ask one more time from the community, is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to speak to this? Seeing none, then, Councillor Middleton Hope, are you one of the gallery or one that wishes to speak to it?
Well, no, I'm opposed to doing an omnibus motion.
All right. If there is opposition, then we will go through each one individually. Back to the first one. All right.
I'm moving to the west side as soon as possible.
I look forward to that, Jeffrey.
Well, so I'll call question the first. The first
Question was
resolution.
called on 6.3. All in favor? All right. So passes. And we will move on with 6. Wait a moment here. Councillor Parker, bylaw 6466. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Policy Committee, Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends that council provide first reading of bylaw 6466, 2025 electric utility distribution tariff bylaw at the October 22nd, 2024 council meeting and consider second and third reading of bylaw 6466, 2025 electric and utility distribution tariff bylaw at the November 26, 2024 council meeting. Councillor Parker.
First, as stated, is there any questions, Mr. Turley?
See no questions.
Did you ask the audience?
And the audience, no questions from the audience.
Okay. No debate? Questions from council?
We've went through that. No
Okay.
questions or debate from council. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And 6457, amendment to bylaw 3250, the sewerage service charge bylaw. Sewerage.
Sewerage, that's right. That's correct.
All right. Be it resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council provide first reading of bylaw 6457, a bylaw to amend bylaw 63250, sewerage service charge bylaw, and consider second and third reading of bylaw 6457, a bylaw to amend bylaw 3250, sewerage service charge bylaw at the November 26, 2024 council meeting. Deputy Mayor Palladino.
If there are no questions on this, I would call for the vote.
I see no questions or debate and no one from the public wishing to speak. So with that, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Process, Jeffrey.
And a resolution from Acting Mayor Carlson, Bylaw 6456, Amendment to Bylaw 3999. Be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council provide first reading of Bylaw 6456, a bylaw to amend Bylaw 3999, Water Services Bylaw, and consider second and third reading of Bylaw 6456, a bylaw to amend Bylaw 3999, Water Service Bylaw on November 26, 2024. Acting Mayor Carlson.
I will call for the vote.
I do see there are no one in the gallery that wishes to speak to this, and so I believe question and debate is complete. So with that, question's been called. All in favor? And with that, that does pass unanimously.
It was only 7 minutes, so that's not bad.
All right, with that, we will break for lunch and return back here at, is it 12:45 okay with my colleagues here? Or is it better at 1 o'clock?
Well, do we have an advertisement?
We will return prior to 1 o'clock. Thank you. To those that are watching online, those hundreds and thousands of them, they're there. We do have admin in, so if we continue just for a couple more, and then we will break for lunch. And so moving on to 6.7, thank you. Mr. Laverty, Assessment and Taxation Manager regarding the tax rate review, multifamily machinery and equipment. And I will open it up for questions. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. And I'm not sure if Mr. Laverty can answer this or someone else, maybe Ms. Kleisinger or someone in that department. We know that if we drop the ratio 1-to-1, it would put the tax increase up on the single residential house. The tax would go down on apartments. So we know that from a tax basis. But do we have any information one way or the other, does going to 1-to-1 increase the number of multifamily units that are being built? Does it have any impact on what we're actually seeing in the housing market? We know it from a tax perspective, but is there any research on what it does in the housing, and does it make building easier or not? And is that a question I should ask now and then get an answer after lunch?
So thank you, Councillor Crowson. I don't believe we've got the necessary that research right now to be able to tell you that. It is something that, you know, council consider from the point of view that it's a different way of looking at an incentive, I think is the way you're looking at this. So i.e. if you lower that, there is a trade-off, as you mentioned. The trade-off would be that residential homeowners their amount would go up and go down, but you may get more housing. We just don't have the statistics so far to be able to tell how effective that would be to do that kind of
because I was trying to figure out why so many other communities do it. I mean, some of it is going to be a tax reason, but I have a feeling there's an underlying other causes or reasons for why they do it. And so I was just wondering if anybody had seen that background. Might be something I want to be looking into further, because again, I'm sure there's a motive we're missing here for why they do it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Councillor Dodick.
Just a part and parcel of that is I'm going to go on a bit of a limb and suggest that if the property taxes are dropped for multi-family homes, there's not going to be a change in rent other than an increase in rent to accommodate the savings in the taxes, because let's not forget that people with rental units are in there to make a profit. So if there is going to be any discussion and looking at this, you should actually see, did it actually benefit people, or did the renters versus the landlords?
All right, Mr. Matthews, to add to that.
So I know that, I'm not sure if that was a question, but at the same point, I do agree that So one of the hard pieces of looking at that type of metric would be, just like Councillor Dodick had mentioned, to understand the net, I don't know if we want to say trickle-down economics, but the trickle-down when it comes to actually whether the renters would do that. So that would be a whole nother measuring piece to do that. And it does remind me of, tax regimes look at a certain way. So I found it very interesting when I was in Amsterdam that the reason why those buildings are the way they were is because of their tax regime. So they had the square footage was the basis of their footprint, was how much tax. And so that's why you see very narrow buildings and very high structures going into it. So there is a number of things that council would have to consider in regards to whether or not they'd want to go this direction, because there would be potentially unintended consequences for doing that. Maybe good in the future if you look at Amsterdam, but who knows?
All right, I see no further questions or debate, so questions. I'll read it off prior to debate. Resolution from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the tax rate review multifamily machinery and equipment report as information. Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Crowson and Dodick for your comments and questions. Councillor Crowdowson, that's exactly the direction I was headed on that. Crodick? The two of you. Councillor Crodick. Seeing no further comments or questions from my colleagues, I will call for the vote on this.
Question been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. And moving on to 6.8 from Councillor Parker, we do have again from is Carrie here, or is on behalf, Larry, you're here? All right. Regarding a tax cancellation request that was received earlier, if it was distributed here. And so does everyone have the opportunity to have a quick peek through it? Yes. All right. With that, Councillor Parker, be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council deny the tax cancellation request for 2024 taxes of $21,389.22, which includes $16,422.99 for 519 7th Street South, roll number 1107-005-1900001, and $4,966.23 for 521 7th Street South, roll number 1107-005-10001 under Section 347(1) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, Chapter M26 of the MGA. Councillor Parker to open.
Well, members of council, members of SPC, obviously this was given to us just earlier today, and hopefully you had an opportunity to read the logic. And I don't know if you agree with the logic, but based on what our administration says, I just ask for council not to accept this or not to approve. I think that's support my support my resolution, which is not deny.
The resolution to deny the tax cancellation.
Yeah.
All right. With that, Councillor Crowson.
Sorry, a bit of a philosophical question, Mr. Laverdere, someone maybe know, but we could, one of the concerns is that property taxes does not change if you lose your job, if something happens financially, et cetera, right? I mean, it's set and it's set. Income tax does because, your income goes down. And so there is a lack of ability to move things around under property tax because it's rigid. But does the MGA allow us any other tax to use as a municipality other than property tax? Is that what we are given by the MGA to use as our funding?
Yes, that is our method of funding the organization.
So if people don't like the mechanism, it's the federal and provincial governments that can change it. This is the one we use, and we work within the rules of it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, I just thought it might be important to note, for anyone who might be listening to this, that this request arises out of a plea of a business person respecting business or commercial property on 6th Street. There are two of them, parking lot and a building. Assuming his numbers are correct, the assessed values of those two property approach $1 million. I don't know whether there's debt on them or not, but if you had a mortgage on your home and you're unable to pay your mortgage, you'd still have to, of course, pay your income tax. So the precedent said, property tax, sorry, and income tax too, if you have an income. So the only reason I'm commenting on that is just to emphasize the precedent value that is highlighted in the material provided by the administration, saying that everyone is treated equal in terms of situations like property tax, whether you're a commercial, industrial, or a residential owner. The unfortunate happenstances of your life, whether it be you can't pay your mortgage or you are having a sort of a bad spell in your business, that doesn't obviate the necessity of paying your property tax. And in this case, we obviously know that there's value to these properties, and there's no indication that there's an inability to pay, other than that there's an inability or an alleged inability to pay from the proceeds in using this property as a commercial basis. So that's just sort of a little bit of background for the three people that might be listening.
And with that, Councillor Parker, I will turn back to yourself. Questions? Councillor Middleton Hope.
Oh, it's just for a point of clarification. Okay. So does this include all penalties in regards to the taxation here?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Middleton Hope. The owner signed a tip agreement. So
I'm sorry?
The owner has a tip agreement, so there is no penalties.
So there are no penalties for not paying your taxes?
Well, there is penalties for not paying your taxes, but the taxes have been paid.
Okay. He wants a refund. I know. Okay. But, okay, it's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Parker, question's been called? All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And with that, we will break till for lunch.
Nicole Mitten.
And
Is he on his way? Okay. So, but we can get started on item 6.9. Okay. All right. We're calling the meeting back to order. And we are back with item 6.9, amendment request for affordable and social housing capital funding, Streets Alive mission. Okay. We have a motion from Councillor Crowson that reads, be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council rescind 2024 and replace with 2025 from the October 3rd, 2023 Council adopted resolution to read as follows, that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends that City Council provide $560,000 of funding to the Streets Alive mission for the supportive recovery housing project located at 925 15th Street South, conditional on the securement of at least $560,000 provincial or federal funding, as well as the securement of the balance of project funding on or before December 31st, 2025, and the successful acquisition of a development permit for the project, and 2, provide the funding subject to the execution of the city's third-party contribution agreement in a form with terms and conditions satisfactory to the city manager, and 3, authorize the city manager and clerk to sign the agreement. Is there anybody in the gallery that would like to speak or make a presentation with regards to this item? No? Then I will turn this over to Councillor Crowson.
So Mr. Pitcher has darted into the building. If there are any questions people would like to ask of administration before we look at the resolution. So I'll cede the floor to Councillor Dodick.
I'm not sure if that goes to you or to the city treasurer. This 500, when we approved this, I assume the 560,000 was set aside because it was conditional on something occurring. So where is that $560,000 in the at the moment? Like, how does that work?
So I can answer that on behalf of the city treasurer, if that's all right. The $560,000 was actually, it's in a grant funding agreement with Streets Alive. A condition to the first payment of that funding would be that this condition from the resolution is met. So no funding would be dispersed until that part of the resolution is met, which is also included in the agreement.
So that's the follow-up question is that, so this $560,000 was earmarked for something to happen by December 31, 2024. If there was a project that came in and they needed $500,000 or something, and all of a sudden it's a good project, but we've got this now tied up for an extra 14 months, could that create, well, that could happen, obviously, no?
Yeah, I would say that's probably the exact same risk that we experienced when the first allocation was made, was that there was going to be that period where that funding was tied up to see if these conditions could be met. Since then, there has been progress on the project. They've gone through rezoning, and so, bird in hand versus two in the bush, there's that, I guess, risk there associated that there are future projects that potentially would not have that funding available for them, but this project is progressing at this point in time, at least.
So we could actually change it to June 30th, 2025 or something, so it's not quite as long as postponement, and which, if they're close to it at that point in time, then we can look at it again?
I believe so, yes.
Is that what you want to do? Yeah.
I might.
Okay, I will likely propose an amendment, but if other people have questions, I'll.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I had a very similar question to Councillor Dodick, is that I know the provincial portion of this, I work with other housing providers, and they've been told, October, maybe no. Maybe. So did Streets Alive ask for a full year? Because I'm told it's coming sooner rather than later. So I'm more amenable to doing like a 6-month or a
From our perspective, that would be fine. Last year, when the AHPP program, which is the provincial funding that they had applied to, that actually opened in August of last year, closing in October. This year, on their website, it says it'll be open in the fall of 2024, but nothing has happened yet.
I know.
And so I think our hope is that we would just be essentially buying enough time to go through that intake period, the scoring at the provincial level, and if they are awarded that funding, then they would know at that point. So I think 6 months is likely no problem.
Thank you.
I know Streets Alive was planning on attending. Yeah, and so I don't know if there'd be any further complications from their end of things, but from our perspective, I think that would be fine.
Any other questions from my colleagues? I'll turn this back over to Councillor Crowson.
So what we have before us is essentially an organization looking to buy some time by having this deadline pushed back so that they can continue to try to find the matching fund. With our personal, like with the city's money, no money is spent until they find the matching money. So it would sit in the bank account until such time. As Councillor Dodick mentioned, we wouldn't be allowed to spend that money because, on something else because it would be earmarked for this. But it does give them the time to hopefully move forward on the funding and to find finances. I do know we've had discussions around changing the date. I am fine, based on what Mr. Pitcher said, if we would put that like June 30th of 2025 to shorten the time period. I can make that a formal amendment, or we can do that as a friendly if no one has any issues to June 30th.
What's the advantage?
June 30th. The advantage there simply is we're not tying up our money from other projects for the same length of time. We're buying ourselves 6 months to maybe use this for something else.
Okay. So we're seeing June 30th as a friendly amendment. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would support the change of date because we know the AHPP is going to be taking intake soon. If other organizations in our community are successful and perhaps Streets Alive is not, that means we could get the money to some other organization more speedily. So I'd support June 30th.
The purpose of this money is to encourage housing to get built or to get renovated, et cetera. So we will constantly be looking at ways to best use this money, knowing that this, if another change is required, it would have to come back to economic, but since we seem to be meeting weekly, that should be no issue. Sorry. So I hope my colleagues will support this, and unless there is any debate, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Council.
That just carried because we needed a 6 vote.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we are on to item 6.10. Kim Gallucci, Acting CEO, Lethbridge and District Exhibition, with regards to LD monthly financial reporting and operating forecast. Mr. Gallucci, I see you are here in the audience. Is there anything you'd like to highlight for us out of the report? Yeah, you can say no if there's nothing you want to highlight. Yeah, if we can have you at the mic so that our home audience can hear you.
Thank you. This report, August, really does demonstrate our Whoop Up Days rodeo and the parade and everything else that was done. So most of our revenues and expenses came through August. We do have a few lingering ones from September, but our estimates in here are able to account for those. So this is pretty much that type of report. And it's great to see, although it's small, that it is a net gain for the first month.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It is nice to see it going in the right direction, and I know I'm going to be repetitive, but I will keep bringing this up. And how are we doing working on our mandate of being an agricultural society? Is that something that we're moving towards doing that better?
Yes, Councillor, we are moving, I'd say, in leaps and bounds on that right now for the future, in incorporating even more agricultural programming. You'll see our Ag Innovation Conference coming up. We're going to be incorporating more of that into the next year's Whoop Up Days and a few other areas. And we're looking for a few standalone events, which we hope to unveil in 2025. So it's a real focus for us, and we're continuing to do that. So it's all in the planning right now, and you'll probably see that realized in 2025.
So we're keeping that in mind, the mandate of an agriculture society, as we're looking to fix the exhibition overall?
It is a priority, yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Councillor Dodek?
To the city treasurer, it talks about sponsorship revenues of $283,000, including in the revenue thing. And is that an ongoing monthly thing, or is it just for that month?
So, and I'll look to Mr. Galucci and Mr. Van Galen to correct me if I'm wrong. So this is a month-over-month change. So it increased between July and August 31st by $283,000. A lot of that to do with the Whoop Up Days and Pro Rodeo and so forth that occurred during that period. But Mr. Galucci, did I misspeak in that?
That is correct.
Okay, so for hypothetically in September, are we going to see a sponsorship revenue as well in that amount or anywhere close?
Not at that amount, but you will see it continue. We do have ongoing sponsorships that have different periods of invoicing. So you will see in September and October continued partnerships. This is a little higher due to some event-specific sponsorships, but we do have building sponsorships and other event sponsorships coming forward. So it'll probably be, there will be partnership and sponsorship revenue, but not at this level.
Okay, yeah, I was curious about that because as I point out every time, that although it's going in the right direction, the $283,000 did make a significant difference in terms of what the daily expenses over revenue were, which is now at just over $6,000 a day. So I thought I'd mention that, as I do every month. And I get a chuckle from the city treasurer. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Galucci. Since we're all sounding like broken records, I'm going to be a broken record as well. I haven't had any contact with folks. We talked about the cirque that was in the parking lot. I'm hoping it was incredibly well attended. It's looked like lots of cars. My only question is, it was again on the same weekend as the Indian Warrior Relay races, if I'm correct. Is there communication between yourselves and the organizers of those types of event? I know it's a hard to share parking lot, and so I just wanted to ensure that you have a communications plan between yourselves and the other folks that utilize that lot.
Yes, Councillor Carl, we have increased our communication substantially. We send them monthly updates on all new events so they know in advance what's booked for the upcoming months. We do communicate with them regularly on ones that we think are going to be challenging. That was an especially challenging weekend because with that, there was the Warrior Races, there was the powwow, there was the taboo show, there was the black tie dinner. So there was a number of things that we tried to allocate to different areas, but back to your answering your direct question is yes, we talk to them as often as we can and try to communicate. And it didn't seem, we tried to make sure that those trucks and trailers were moved off to the east side to give them even more room. And I believe they had a very successful, my understanding from them was they had a successful Warrior Races in attendance. So it all worked out. And I think it was able to work out due to the different times of the different events. So, you know, the evenings offset the days, so people are constantly moving in and out.
And thank you. And is the arrangement reciprocal? Do the users or tenants communicate to you timely enough to say, oh, by the way, we're holding a XYZ? Yeah. So we might want to let you know that so that.
They do on the ones that are really important to them. So it's a selective process, but we try to make sure that we're letting them know in advance all the time exactly what's going on.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Mr. Gallucci and the exhibition board the exhibition that he oversees, congratulations on a well-run Whoop Up Days. I would like, however, if I may for just a moment, get some clarification in regards to what Whoop Up Days actually netted for us. The language in the document indicates that we netted $242,500 compared to last year, which was $128,000. However, we also talk about gross food, so that's not net food, that's gross food out of there. So what I'm trying to understand is it looks like we generated about $144,000 from Whoop Up Days, or $114,500, and I'm not quite sure which. So it's not contained within the financial statement because it's blended. So can you just give us an idea? Because I asked for this a little while ago, I think at the end of August. I wanted to know what it was that we generated in terms of Whoop Up Days specifically, and did we see an improvement over last year where we did not charge versus charging to get in?
Yes, to answer your question, yes, we saw an improvement because we charged. We tried to keep it, again, family friendly by not charging till 3 p.m. on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We didn't charge for children 12 and under. So we tried to make it still family friendly, but you're right. So overall, if you took the rodeo, Whoop Up Days, our admissions, food and beverage, and then took all our costs, we generated a net gain of $242,500 this year. I'm rounding off a bit. And then compared to last year it looks like 60. They made $128.
Okay.
So
we're looking at that's $114,500.
Improvement. Yeah.
Improvement. Okay.
Yeah.
So can you just explain the gross food versus net income?
Not that the food was gross.
So the food accounts for while we generate. Are you talking about a specific area or
no,
just?
I'm just reading the document here that says we generated $29,500 in gross food and beverage sales. That's gross. The other amounts were in net.
Yeah, so what we were doing there is just identifying, because we just take a commission on that because we have a third party operating it. So typically our commission generates a certain amount of revenue. In this case, we were able to generate roughly around that $60,000 for the month, but that's not all Whoop Up Days. So we were around the $30,000 mark in food and beverage.
So can we say that we generated about $114,500 more revenue this year than last year? Is that the number that we can say is accurate?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue. With that, we'll move on to the resolution and open debate. From Councillor Dodick, be it resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information the Lethbridge District Exhibition monthly financial operating report for the month ended August 2024. Councillor Dodick.
Are there any questions?
No questions. Debate.
Self-explanatory, call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have from Mr. Woods in your package here, Manager of Corporate and Strategic Initiatives regarding the Lethbridge District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding update. And I'm not sure if Mr. Woods, if there's anything, just we'll go straight to questions. Any questions regarding that? Seeing none, a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope, be it resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee receive the Lethbridge District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding MOU update report for information. Councillor Middleton Hope.
For information purposes, call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you.
I know. That was good advertising. We have gross food at the exhibition.
Well, I think they.
All right, Mr. Matthews, you may be caught as Mr. City Manager is out on 7.1. I don't know if you can answer those questions. I think he left at an opportune time possibly, but council action plan, listing of complete, canceled, or renamed and remaining in our now, next, later through our strategic plan. If there's any questions on this, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
And thank you very much for compiling the report, Mr. City Manager or Designate, and to the rest of the team for doing it. We have the review City Council Police Commission bylaw. That is on hold. What are we looking at as to why that's on hold? What is on hold?
So I might bring Mr. Hillier up to take a look at that piece, but my recollection on this one, and I'll get him to confirm this, see if this is correct on it, was one of the pieces that we thought just didn't have time in our work schedule to work on, and so it's being on hold until next period. But I will confirm it. Yep, I got the nod that I got that correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then we've got the next later, we've got all the updates. And then we have a whole list of admin to inform council. When will we, like there's a lot in there, admin to inform council. I'm wondering when admin will inform council, how admin will inform council, when we will be getting those updates.
So thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. When it comes to all these different admin to inform council, they will come to the individual SPCs that are related to them over the next number of months. So I don't have a specific dates in front of me here of each one of those, but these ones here will have individual components so that they'll be brought forward to the SPCs at that time. That's the mechanism that will do it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
And we're fresh out of questions. Must have been a wonderful response to those questions. Thank you, Mr. City Manager or his designate for those replies. All right, I have a resolution here from, where's the resolution?
No, there is no resolution
Oh,
on this.
that was just an inquiry response, yes. So we'll move on to our confidential items. I'll need a motion to go in closed. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. All in favor? And that so moves. We will go into closed. This garbage. Oh, yeah, hey, sure. Let me know as soon as you're ready over there. All right. All right, I have a resolution here from Councillor Campbell, rate of last resort update. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee receive the rate of last resort update as information, and the administration be directed to provide an update at a Thank you. At an update at a future meeting, a future closed meeting, and further be resolved that Economic and Finance and Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions and report with respect to the rate of last resort update remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, business interests of third party, and 27, privileged information of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Campbell.
Question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that does pass unanimously. Thank you. And from Acting Mayor Carlson, Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant Status Update. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council approve confidential option 1, and that this report satisfies the requirement of the following directed resolutions. Housing Accelerator Fund annual updates report on the status of Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives on an annual basis, and CC49 Housing Accelerator Fund competitive grant application. Pause intakes for the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant in return of strategic amendments to Policy CC49, Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant Project Grant, and further be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions and report with respect to the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant status update remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, business interests of a third party of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
Call for the vote.
Councillor Carlson, question's been called. All in favor? Any those opposed? All right. One opposed. Councillor Crowson. All right. With that, we are adjourned.